All right, here we go. Welcome to another day of working on MAGA, making applications great again. We're still in the design phase, and just like yesterday, I'm sort of still stuck on it. So I put out a flare yesterday to say I need help, and someone has shown up to help out with that. That's Noah, and Noah's on voice comms right now. So you want to say hello, Noah?
Hey guys, how you doing? How you doing, Greg?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm
Good.
doing pretty good. We're getting started pretty late here today, so I'm estimating we get done about midnight if we're trying to finish this thing up. Noah, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit? Tell people what you do for a living.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So hi, my name's Noah, aka Bane Games. I've known Greg for a couple years now since we kind of started doing the Badger stuff. But as far as my own personal stuff, I've got about 10 to 15 years working in technology. Started off as basic part-time tech support at an internet company back in the East Coast area. From there, kind of jumped around a couple different states. Graduated myself up to full-time web dev, then started back-end stuff, and now I actually do infrastructure architecture and also consult with my current company on design for accessibility. So something that we might not necessarily need in this particular product per se, but the expertise that I bring to that table on that side, it's a nice way to kind of poke around.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, we don't need that here. I mean,
Yeah, no,
we're not taking government money or anything like that to build this thing out. So it's no one's going to be able to use it. The fonts are going to be so small and with so little contrast. That's going to be the goal. Can we make it the least usable product ever? Hold on. Oh, we lost some images in the design, by the way.
Whoa, what happened?
Illustrator happened. That's what happened.
$1 billion company, man.
$1 billion company. So let's get into kind of what we're going to be working on today. Yesterday we kind of hit these screens for deployment, and deployment is the part of the app where you're going to go ahead and look at the servers that you've provisioned, look at the components in those servers, and make decisions based on the data that you see to either scale them up or scale them down or break them out into their own hosts or whatever. So it's probably easily the most important part of an app like this. It's the most expensive part. It's where all the decisions get made that are going to cost you money, and we're sort of got stuck on it. And some of the things that were happening, some of the problems that were happening, were that there's just so much data to display that it can look fine if it's like a one host situation, but when it's 10 of these things in a row, there's a problem, right?
Yeah. So, yeah. So this is my issue with it. So you have so much data. There's just simply too much. Like in a real world scenario, when you're likely going to have a crap ton of these tiled out, not just a single one, this will never scale. Like it just doesn't fit the picture. The other thing that's actually kind of nice from when I've dealt with system stats, I've never actually looked at almost half of this. I really only care about mainly two things.
Yeah, what are the two things that get you?
CPU and RAM, man. I mean, disk is always good, but you kind of know when your disk is full because literally everything breaks. But CPU and RAM are the big ones.
Yeah, like how many people are, maybe like your amateur would not introduce like ephemeral storage, right? But
right, exactly.
Your real person's going to have, they're not going to spin up an EC2 to store files. They're going to spin up an S3 or something like that, and they're just not going to worry. Or they're going to have an elastic storage situation, which I don't think we offer. I don't think that we have that as like an offering inside of this. So, okay. So disk becomes irrelevant. Network, probably irrelevant too.
Yeah, I never look at network. I've had to look at network once probably in the past 6 years of dealing with boxes.
Yeah. This isn't 2005, right?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. So really your CPU and your RAM are going to drive your decisions more than anything. So
I've never looked at swap. I don't know what the hell anyone looks at swap.
I don't know. Is it just like an indication that things are happening? Right?
Yeah, but if it's pegged though, wouldn't you think your RAM and CPU are also going to be spiking?
Yeah.
I feel like those are correlated.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, you're on these instances are new architecture, so I doubt they can get even hurt at 100%. Okay, so if we're saying like we want to simplify the number of items. That could be one thing we can tackle. What about the historical stuff? Like, do you think it's terribly relevant to get into this much fidelity on on like every 15 minutes you're going to see this, like a data point appear?
No, I mean not on this screen. I mean it might be better to have like a thing to look more at like a timeline. But I think when we're looking at overall, the big ones are really going to be if anything's pegged right now. Because if I'm looking at these stats live, for example, on my box, I would want to know if it's busted at this moment.
Okay.
If it busted before, I probably got an email about it or someone complained to me about it.
And really, your next step might be like, okay, tell me more about why it's like that. But you're not going to be able to display the tell me more on a screen like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I feel like this is kind of like a landing page almost for stats where we keep it really just the real time with very small time space or timeline style stats, and then we might want to drill into that, which might make it a little bit better. Because in reality, like if everything's green and golden, I don't really care. I don't need to know about it.
Well, you still might want
So
a little
everything's running under
a little something, right? Just to let you know like nothing's
yeah
going wrong. So okay, let's back up. If we go to the sidebar has health indication, right? Because we're going to take all those things, say, give me the max of them. And if the max is ever, not good, we put a red pipe in or one of these taller pipes in the sidebar. So then you move into this screen to see like what's the problem. And then maybe we just have like a simple display on the second screen here. And then you would click in and get the stats one step beyond that. So
yeah. So what if we take that idea of the max and move it into this screen as well, to where in our time range here we display individually what the max is for the past X number of time. So we can do that single block next to each one of those things.
Do they really need to know, like, do they need to know big time? Like, what that would be? Because, like, what if, I don't know what the delay is on you watching me draw.
It's not that bad. Maybe 5 seconds, give or take.
Okay. Let me draw something. So if we have a range that this thing can be, and then we had like a label for it, CPU, and then that's not a P. God, don't say that word. That's not family friendly. Okay, that's getting worse. A little spermy. But okay, yeah. What if you had like an indication of max, and then you had current, right? And this is like a gauge filling.
Like, yeah, you could do it that way
and simplify it way down.
I do have a question on that though. How small can you make?
We can find out. we can definitely find out. I think we can pull that off.
We're gonna start talking.
I can go 10 pixels.
Skinny curves.
You watch. Maybe like 15.
Sweet.
We can try 15 pics. And like
15 might work.
If you wanted to add a graph element in, maybe like just a small indication of graph. Like what if it came down and like made a graph right underneath it, just like micrograph. It's like a 20 pixel wide micrograph that is just like showing you if this is a problem that's been around for a while or if it's just like a right now problem.
Yeah. I think that's probably a really good way to to take that design.
We could lay 5 or 6 of these across. So we could still have those 5 data points. We should try it both ways because I think we're just gonna have the space for it. I think it's gonna be one of these things.
Yeah. Now, if we make the actual display for the actual metric smaller, then I think we can leave them for those that care about that.
Yeah.
But I think it's good. I think we have enough real estate to fit 5 in there, and also I think that'll tile really nicely. The big thing there is going to be randomizing that little metric there to be a little realistic, so that when we see it all laid out, we're not going to get blind from that.
Yes. And there's no good way to do that in Illustrator, unfortunately. I mean, there's plugins that do that, but I don't have any of them installed.
Yeah. So we should just try to do a couple iterations of that to start and see what we can kind of come from. And if it works, then cool. And even for your graph underneath the actual gauge, if you want to do like a 20 pixel wide thing, you could actually almost do like solid colors representing the time block for each of those pixels. Like I don't know if you need to do a full gradient or if you want to do the line chart.
I don't think we need to do a gradient at all. I think it's just a line graph. I think it's a curved line graph. Because the more we get, the more resolution you bring in. Like on these screens, we have a lot of resolution. It becomes jarring to the eye in a sense. Like it's a lot of information for the brain to process, and so we want to keep that cog load low. So if we have this, then what we're really kind of coming around to is there's a second screen. There's a second screen called stats.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to see the big blowout.
Yep. And I think that that's where some of these guys, I like this series on the top. I think that's really great. I think what we could do is on the second screen, show this high resolution, and then you can tack into any one of these and expand it and sort of say like, okay, for CPU, let's see that expanded. Let's make it so I can mouse over it and find out like what was eating up the CPU.
Yeah, and that would be a really good one for that gauge as well. Because when I see a nice radial gauge, the first thing I want to do is hover over it and see something. So that would be a good way to try to tap into that data.
Ooh, so you okay? We'll have to discuss that. You're thinking that could be on hover.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's electrons, so you can turn that as an on-hover div. Like if you're looking at current specs, right? Because the idea of this is I don't want to have to basically vim into the box or anything.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to have to shell into the dang thing. So if I'm looking at this gauge and I see my CPU's at 80%, I should be able to hover over it and see if I can get anything from like the process manager on the box to tell me what's actually eating it. You know, I don't necessarily need to.
That shouldn't be a problem. That shouldn't be a problem. Right. It's in the pulse. Like.
Right. Yeah.
I looked into the pulse, what the pulse will send, and dude, it records a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're
seeing that would be a good hover metric, and then you can click into it to see even more detail if need be.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, we can do it on that hover. That'd be great. Okay, let's dive in. I'm gonna start working this out. I like this card the most so far, so I'm gonna use that as the basic one. We're gonna preserve this other one. I don't know why we're preserving it, but we're gonna preserve it. Quick, let's add the stats button because I think we know that's going in. Stats. Okay. See you later. Goodbye. That felt good. So now we got all this real estate for activities. I wonder if we should start maybe trying to skinny this up a little bit more. That's 90 pixels right now. Yeah, let's go for a little bit smaller. And then let's move our controls. Because I think we can get away with this. Like lining it up on the same line as the CPU stuff. As like the actual.
I think so.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a problem there.
Yeah. I mean, in reality, we kind of have an idea of how many buttons are going to be there. So I think since we control that, I think that'll be okay.
Yeah. And I wonder if we put the controls. Let's try the right. Let's just see. I don't know.
What if we stacked them? Far right banner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. And we can work. Let's work on that in a minute. Yeah. But like, we'll just stick them there for now. Yeah, that might just work. Okay.
So I like that already.
Yeah. We might have to do like a little bit of coloring on that to push it, but yeah, it's looking okay. So now we got. Let me do like a rough size. 500. So say 550 pixels. There we go. Use that as our sort of baseline for how to size these things. So there's 5 of them, so they'd have 110 pixels each.
And what size is your artboard set to? Is it full 1080?
No. It's smaller. It's 17 something.
Okay.
Plus, we got this big giant ad that could at any moment. I was just thinking,
because like when we talked about before,
freaking eject
Discord,
button.
I don't use it full screen.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it is that like we can't expect people to have this up full screen all the time. But
exactly right.
You know, I think you can say like it's got to be at least this wide. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let me clear these guys out, and then we'll lay down the pixel boundaries for this stuff. And I think the hardest part about stuff like this is like if you get this wrong, it won't look right. If you just sort of like eyeball it, you're gonna be like, it doesn't look good, it doesn't work. Because everything's got to be in alignment, everything's got to be like consistent, like it's got to have that random data applied to it. It's really easy to try to design something and to get it wrong or to question it, you know.
Oh, absolutely. My biggest one is the data blindness. I always spend too much time randomizing my data if I'm like mocking stuff up, because that's the exact problem that I have. Like I used to design stuff just assuming one value or one series and just duplicate it and it just looks really bad. So that's the work part.
Yeah. All right, let's make that tiny guy, and then we might even run into a problem where these won't work if they're too big. So let's start big and we'll try a tiny one. So that's 36 pixels. That's pretty big. It's about half an inch. This is the CPU. I'm gonna turn pixel preview off. Source Sans Pro. I don't know if this was the best choice. Like, we might want to find a secondary.
Yeah, I think for these you might want to use a secondary.
Yeah, I don't know what it would
well, hold on. What if you tried the Source Sans Code version of that for CPU?
You try it. It doesn't read very well when it's small. That's the only problem with that one.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's really not any different.
Oh wow, yeah. Ooh.
It's like the same.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Just simplicity's sake, we'll keep it. It's only 10 pixels. Let's take a quick look. Oh. Okay. Well, there's things to be fixed on that. But let's walk out the idea here. So gotta have a graph that's maybe starting at the 3/4 mark. Was it right there? Okay. And then we'll take this and do the thick line. Okay, and then cut that and say it's at 60% or something. It's probably gonna have to get a little thicker. Okay. Knock this down. Nope. Let's try that blue. Okay, we're gonna go back to pixel mode. Start to see how this looks. Yeah, there's a little gauge.
Yeah, no, I think that's
could probably go bigger.
Yeah, I think I can actually go bigger, yeah.
None of this stuff is going to scale, though. So let's just go big boy. There you go, big boy. There you are.
That's big guy.
Yeah, big boy here. And let's do an indication of max. Oh. This is going to... I am writing a design check right now that it's going to be hard to code.
Oh, yes, it is. Getting that angle on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm very familiar.
I think it was going to end up being, okay, if I had to take a guess, it's going to end up being we draw this chart twice, and then the one of the charts that we draw, the second line group that we just cap it. So it's thick. It's like a 5 pixel thickness, and then we just only show the very end of it.
Yep.
That's my guess. Could be wrong. Okay. There's your max. Maybe went a little too big. Maybe. I'm going to dial this down just a little bit. Okay. Now let's see if we can get that graph in, but I'm already feeling a little better about this. Just give this a little tap up. Okay, so if we had a graph, we'll give it, let's say, where would it start? Maybe start it here. Okay, and now I gotta connect it, I think.
Yeah, I maybe you should draw a box first to give us like a bound on where that graph should be.
Yeah. We might just be able to keep the box in. Got a quick idea what it would look like. Not great. Not Great. They make CPU a little bit smaller.
And then what about the real? How do we plan on putting the real value as a numerical number in this at all, or are we purely just gauging it?
Just gauge it.
Okay, cool.
Just gauge this guy.
Like, we're a little over 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's pull that out. Because I wonder if we could. Ooh. Ooh. Is that the way? Is this the way? You just like.
Oh, that might be. That actually looks really good.
Yeah, it looks kind of cool. You draw it through.
Yeah.
Let me try an area on this. So what if we complete the circle? This is going to be another one of those checks, isn't it? It's going to be another. Why did you want to do it like this?
Because it looked good.
That's what I pay you for, developer. Oh, wait, that's me. Dang it. Okay. And we'll just cut this, cut that. My thought is like maybe we can fill it. And
oh yeah. Using the circle as a mask to kind of fill out the gauge.
Yeah. But we'll drop it like way down, so it's sort of like a weird area chart.
Yeah.
Let me just get some. Luckily, this is in pixel mode, so you don't have to be that accurate. Just sort of gotta guess what that would be.
So do we want the line graph to be white, or do we want to use that same left-hand height equals color just for the top of the line?
I don't think we do the height equals color thing.
Okay.
That's my thought, though. I don't know. I don't know if you have a way to justify it.
Well, it's kind of ish, because like, sure, I see this line, but I don't know where the 100% mark is on that line graph.
Yeah, could the 100% be like it's filling the whole thing?
Right, exactly. So I don't know if it's really just like a fishbowl style status, or if it's like an actual there's a lower and upper limit on that, because this could mean to me this might be 1 to 10% as opposed to 80 to 100.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
That'd be my question. Doesn't matter, because if the objective would be to like just sort of show over time it's increasing or decreasing. How about that? And so it's just it's just a relative value.
Yeah. If it's I think that's probably a better way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Maybe make it a little bit taller. Oof. This would make it makes sense to me, but I think this is all the devil's in the details of pulling this one off. Oop. Let me go right on that. No. Come on. Yeah, there's something about it. It's weird. But it's like the right combination. It's simple. Like it shows three things. It looks like a ghost from Pac-Man.
Truth. It really does.
It's like a little jellyfish.
Yeah, actually, it's definitely more of a jellyfish.
Yeah. I mean, maybe depending on the size of the jellyfish tentacles.
Yeah.
Could indicate some other kind of data down here. Just
that's your drill down when you click on it. It's not gonna be called Maga Man. It's called jellyfish now.
It's by the
you click on it, the little tendril pops out.
Jellyfish.io. Stop the production on the hats. Okay, let's try to maybe pop this guy up a little bit. There's something about this though that's like it's the right thing. Just gotta pull it off. So
the white line is what's throwing me off.
Hey, that's what it is, isn't it? Like if that were gone,
it's the white line.
I've seen a pattern for these that was interesting. I've seen people that combo this stuff, and why don't I do one right next to it that I remember seeing. So you do a full radial, you do like a full pi. Let me move this guy over so I get some centering. Illustrator tricks. Use other objects to find center points.
Oh, so true.
Because there's no other way to do it. So we start with a circle, so we know we're going to have a pie graph. Do the same thing. You blow it out. You maybe make this like a track. So it's pretty big. And then we'll do another one inside of it. The hard part with these, like what I don't love about doing this version is like you don't really know where the start point is. So I might just say it's a clock. And like it starts in that top part. So I'm going to take this, make it a track. So that means like drop it down, give it a little opacity. So it's sort of like something that's going to be filled up. Turn off pixel preview. So it's going to be something, yeah, right? Now you can kind of see it. Oh, it's a gauge. And then we take this and sort of make it our, gauge color. That can probably go down a little bit too, because it doesn't need to be on top of you like that. And then this is what I've seen. And I think it's kind of crazy, but I do want to try it, is like you would go in and then draw your line chart here with that giant stroke. Let's pull that back. Draw your line chart here. And it just is like your indication. And then you fill underneath. So let's change this to a different color. Like white, maybe 80%. And then we'll take this circle here. Nope. And we'll use this to fill it. And then the same thing we did before. We clip and draw. Hey, Tommy Nines. Just saw your message, man. Are we filling the circle based on how much CPU you use? Yeah. So basically, we're filling these circles up based on the CPU clock at any given 15-minute interval, I think. Or maybe I got that wrong. Maybe this guy, like the blue thing, that's current, and then we need a max indication. Yeah, I think that's more like it. Sorry, I'm in the design. That looks good. What's going on with you, circle? It's just...
Oh man, I just thought of.
Huh?
What if you broke it apart into 3 equal segments, the whole circle? You can put 3 metrics on one circle. Like each segment is its own 0 to 100 gauge. So the left and right third. So you have, how you have the left third right now, which is that dark gray.
Mm-hmm.
That's 1 gauge for, let's say, CPU, 0 to 100 from the bottom to top. Same size segment on the right side, top to bottom, or bottom to top, 0 to 100 for another metric. And then the bottom one is left to right for your max. You could fit 3 metrics on one circle on that.
How do you show time?
Oh, you don't? I'm just saying, like, for one single thing, like one circle will give you the 3 different min-max metrics, and then you can always display time separately outside of that.
So we have to make 2 elements, though.
No.
Dang it.
I like that.
You like this thing?
Yeah, I do. I think the waviness of the lines throwing me off. I don't know how realistic the wave is actually going to be.
We could do another one where it's not waving, Okay, and we got to label it, right? So probably we just label like that, because it's going to be like at some level, right?
Right.
Yeah. Let's just label inline. Oh no, is that behind the thing? Come on. Oh, we got to open up matrix mode. Grab that thing.
Oops.
There we go. Can't do that in Figma. God, I hope we never get somebody like that up again, talking about things. Guys, if you see somebody like Tool Goblin or whatever we're going to call it, a Tool Gremlin, just shut that shit down. That was a swear.
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks. All right. Let's take a look.
Ooh, what's a tool gremlin?
A tool gremlin is somebody who comes onto your work when you have a question or like you're looking for advice, and your question might be like, how do I make a circle blue? And then they proceed to tell you that the tool you're using is wrong. And they'll say, my tool is better. Why aren't you using that tool? And then they harp on it, and they don't actually answer your question because they're just trying to prove to you that their religion's better than yours.
Hey, Greg, you want to show me that CSS for that gradient?
What a dummy. Why would it even matter? Like, could you really not eyeball? Well, maybe most people can't. I don't know. I feel like you can eyeball the gradients just fine. Or you go CSS3gradientgenerator.com or something.
Oh, yeah. That's basically what I do. If someone hands me a PDF that has a gradient in there, I'm like,
hey, how we get just go hit that button and oh, whoops. I've never felt like more angry / frustrated in such a short period of time than when that person asked show me how to make the gradient.
Right after a break too. It's like, all right, everyone's gonna go cool off now.
Yeah, I had to take a break to get away from.
Oh no, dude, for real. I did the same. Like I stepped away while you were on break. I was like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna come back to this later.
Yeah. Okay, that's not horrible. It's weird.
No, it's not. I think that's good. Can we? What? How do you feel about dropping the opacity on the white line down a little?
Yeah, that's right.
Just the white seems way too bright to me.
I wonder if we got the colors wrong too.
Yeah, like, it might be just the color thing. I think the design is good.
There we go. Yeah, and like you said, I doubt it's gonna be like this. It's not. When's it gonna look like this? Who knows?
Very rarely, never. Yeah.
All right, so let's get rid of this jerk. We got to add the max indicator. So let's say it maxed out at 100% or something. It's gonna be here. Oh no, this is the one. It doesn't make sense with all the other ones. I mean, is it still just that? It's just this like, or do you just draw inside of the line? So it's not so in your face. It's just match.
Yeah, I would probably just draw inside the line. Make it.
Yeah.
And do we want to go with that universal idea of red is max? So we keep it red, or do you want to keep it white?
Let's try red. Yeah, the red's clashing. So we need something in palette. What do we have? We've got. I'm looking at the palette right now. We do have a dark red I could try. I think this one.
Oh yeah, like a nice, like a deep burgundy type thing.
Little round burgundy. Yeah, it's too small though, so we'll have to.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's got to be bright.
It's got to be a big boy. Let's go triple wide, quadruple wide. And yeah, maybe it does have to kind of extend up. Well, now it's just gross.
Yeah, a little boxy.
Somebody's asking about this tool gremlin from yesterday. So someone came in. So I'm just reading the question. Someone came in to ask for help, but because you told them how to do it in a tool that they didn't like, so that they wouldn't stop talking about the better tool, or you got it wrong. No, somebody came in and said, "Why are you using Illustrator to do web design?" And my response was kind of like, "Why not?" And then they proceeded to tell me how much of a bad decision I had made, and that there are better tools out there. And they were trying to, sell, just basically tell me I'm doing it wrong. So I lit into them because I think that sort of mentality, that sort of like personality, it's everywhere inside of design and development, and it's crap because there's always a better way to do something, but people always have like these, what do you call it? These like preferences and things that you get mastery with. Like, why would you go do something else? Like, why would you, if you're like a surgeon and you're really good with a scalpel, why would you change that to like an obsidian knife or something in the middle of your career?
Right.
I don't get it. They can't understand that. And like something too, I guess now that the topic is reopening, I'm sorry, Noah, just to kind of reopen the topic just for a second, like this is kind of what I think of it as. It's like, yes, you can, let's say I want to buy a desk. I can buy a desk from Amazon, right? And it'll look like this. And it's $100. And it looks like this. And it looks like it's $100. Or I could get like a master crafted desk that some carpenter makes. And it looks like this. It's very handmade, and they take a lot of time to figure it out. It's gorgeous, and the wood's pretty, and the whole shebang. Something like crazy like this. And basically, I think a lot of those tools that this guy was shilling for, they are that other thing. They make products that look like this. They make like templated, sort of. They all come out looking the same. And a tool like Illustrator is to make stuff that kind of is crazy and experimental and looks different. Looks and feels like something like this. Oh my God, it's Kenso Dev. What's up, man? It's all right. Let me jump back into this. Good to see you, Kenso. I was wondering if you were gonna stop by, man.
That is a name I have not seen in a long time.
Yeah. I got Kenso. I've got Noah with me. Bane Gaming. All right. So I don't know about this guy. We got to show it. We need to show Max. Do we need
What if you round the edges on it? Make more like a pill.
We could try it, but I don't think that's going to resolve anything
Yeah, I don't
at
know if it
3
will either.
pixels wide.
Yeah.
Why don't we try putting it outside of the radial? That might solve
Oh, what if it 3 pixels though? And say, what if it's just a circle, like a red dot?
a dot. That could work.
I think a dot might work for that,
I'm gonna try both.
especially if it's a contrast color.
I'm trying both. We're gonna first we'll try that guy, and then we'll just
Speedometer. There you go.
yeah, it's a little speedometer. And then you're thinking like maybe can make a copy of this really quick. Yeah, Avi, where have you been? You used to stream all the time, man. Have you been streaming at all, or are you sort of just over it?
No, I still, for me, yeah, I still.
Both of you.
I still,
We got the old crew
yeah.
back together.
I know, yeah, no, I still stream. I stream mainly on a different platform now, though.
I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that platform.
That's why I leave it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not bad. That little dot.
I think the dot's probably going to be the winner.
That is the winner chicken dinner all day.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so how do we display this so it's a little less? Whoop! Don't do that. Yellow dot? No. Red dot. Green dot. Cyan dot. Maybe a white dot. Let's go with the white dot. Let's take a look.
I mean, I would just go with the white. Yeah.
It's a little hard to see.
Make the dot red. What's red look like on that? Is it still too dark? Not like a dark red though. Like you got a contrast to that.
We're going pure red.
Yeah. I see that just fine. I mean, I don't know about you.
Yeah, I see it okay. I have these key lights though, so I have a glare on my screen.
Oh yeah, true. No, I mean I see it. Yeah, I see it. I mean I got you on full screen on my monitor right now. If I was looking at that, I'd say that's not bad.
Okay. So Avi, you stopped streaming completely. Do you have like 6 more kids now? You have like 4, right? You have 4 kids. My wife keeps trying to talk me into number 2. That is a deferred decision. I'm deferring it as far as I can.
I would recommend deferring that. Yes.
Oh, you got promoted. Congratulations, man. I'm going to keep messing around in this color palette because I think we got the colors dialed in pretty close, but not all the way. And there's going to be some subtlety here in making this work with kind of a getting these 100% to where they should be. Let me just see. It's going to be very subtle. No. So you got promoted into more responsibility, which is probably okay. Just hang on there, man. You'll be out of that in no time. Don't make yourself too valuable. And then you'll slowly move into upper management. Something about that just weirded me out. It might be that blue. It might be that blue being that thick boy. Let's bring you right down. Yeah. So you've been management for a long time. Okay, executive team. We'll say that. Get you up to the executive team where you have 3 assistants. That's it. Look at that guy.
Oh yeah, no, that's the winner. I like
that's
that
the winner.
winner.
You see that little
Yep.
not intentional, but there's a drop shadow on that that's sort of occurring. I'm gonna
you made that inner circle a little too small, so when you lowered the thickness,
Yeah,
you got that nice little border.
Yeah, let's put a real one on there. So
Yeah.
right, that's the nice thing about working in the pixel mode, though. I find that you'll see stuff like that a lot, and you'll say like, "Oh man, that's how we want it to look." Okay. What are we working on, dude? Do you remember Avi? Do you remember Nanobox? Okay. You can. There's a stream I did. Like it's like the #1 stream on my YouTube channel. It says like project overview. If you want a really in-depth thing, I talk about it for like 2.5 hours. But the long story short is that Nanobox, about a year ago, got acquired by DigitalOcean, and DigitalOcean is still in the process of integrating their software into whatever they're doing there. But it was essentially an acqui-hire. So most of the team moved over. Something happened. I don't know what, but Tyler Flint, the guy that founded Nanobox, was able to talk DigitalOcean, or maybe was pressured to make DigitalOcean allow for an MIT open sourcing of the entire Nanobox code base minus like one thing, minus like their dashboards and minus an agent. So we've got 150 repos that are MIT'd right now, and they don't care. So what we're going to do is we're building a desktop GUI to basically do what Nanobox did. And we're going to try to remove the need for web services. So it's just a desktop application that lets you do like the local deployments, the remote scaling, that kind of stuff. Oh, I think that was about as good as I can do in 2 minutes, but
that was a pretty good Cliff Note version.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
it's not bad at all.
So it's our thing. Yep. Pretty cool, right? Like, so we get this sort of like validated code base. We don't have to build all the back end stuff. Like we're just sort of working through something that's already there. Where are you? Effects. This is always a bit messy. Let's have Illustrator do raster effects. Inner glow.
Oh, good luck.
Are we taking on VC? I don't think so, man. I think we're just going to self-fund it. Like, we have a budget set aside for it, pretty big one. I think it's like one of the first things I've ever worked on where I feel like there's a fairly big guarantee with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's already a market.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing about
they
it.
basically abandoned like 40,000 people, 40,000 customers. So they've been wanting to put the sunset on the Nanobox platform now for like over a year. And one of the staff engineers there that was let go like right before the acquisition is helping us out. He put the project into open source, and he's going to help us sort of like figure out some of the pieces. Why is this not drop shadowing here? What's going on with this? It's like doing nothing. Unless you can't do a transparent drop shadow. Let me just see if maybe this is doing it, but somewhere else, no. Oh, okay. So I would love to catch you up on it, man. Thanks, though. I'd love to catch you up on it. Like, I think it's an interesting project because it's like all we have to really work on, like the big pieces we have to figure out is just like the UX and the UI. Everything else is there. Like, we're literally going to be like, oh, there's an API hook already there. Just hit it, let it do its thing, and we'll just consume whatever was already there, and that's our V1. So it's still a humongous code base to work with, and hopefully we don't have any surprises in there, but it's pretty fun, man. Why is this thing? There's nothing. There's no way to get this effect that I want. Okay. Let's get rid of that.
I think it died.
Yeah.
It's not like that one bit.
It did not want to do that. It just didn't want to try. It didn't even want to give me like a chance at it. I wonder if it's just because, yeah, look at this. And this one's fine. Yeah, sure. It made that black for some reason. Even when it's turned off. Yeah. It's just not going to do it. Oh, it's so funky. Okay, well, I want a drop shadow there. We'll just have to remember that for later.
Just put a note, man. Get your pink note.
So I can't talk about it too much, Kenzo, but that's the problem that they ran into. They monetized it wrong. See you later. Smell you later. Crappy design. All right, let's get these centered. Is there anything else we want to add to this, or did this just do it? Did we just get this figured out?
I mean, I kind of think we just kind of did it.
It just kind of happened.
We might want to randomize the lines a little bit.
Yes, let's do a full series.
Yeah,
and we'll randomize it. So CPU, RAM first, right? And then, yeah. And I wonder too, like we have these blocks figured out, but we don't need all of them. So we're gonna have some extra space. What am I doing? Why would I do it like that? Yeah, just do that. We'll see what kind of space we're looking at in a second here. It might just be good to stretch them out. But now, this is the moment of truth. When we zoom out, let's do a render. Yo, that's not bad. It looks like audio interface.
Yeah, totally does. That actually looks really, really close to some of the tools that I see in like Ableton.
Crazy. Could it work? It could.
I think
Let's roll with this, and if we come up with a better thing later, we can, the data will be there. Do RAM. Okay, Rammy boy. Let's make it so you're at like 100% RAM. Whoa. And you've been there for quite some time. Okay. Then Curvy boy here. Why do I keep doing this? I call everything boy now. Curvy boy.
Is it boy BOY or BOI?
I don't know. It's a good question.
So one question. Let's I'm gonna take the persona rule for a second here. If the dot's set 12, meaning is that 0, or are we saying that's 100?
How do you? What if? Yeah, that's a good question. That's
1%.
the problem with these gauges.
Yeah.
Is that they don't have.
So what if we put a break at the top so there's a small gap there, and you can move the label there if you wanted, or leave the label on the bottom, and you just have the break there, so it's like
let's figure this out before we keep iterating.
Yeah.
Or before we start like nailing it in. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I think you brought up that's a real good point. Ugh. Okay, so we can definitely control the label to be 3 characters, right?
Yep.
So let's pull this over. Uh-oh. Okay. Whoa, what just moved? We have slowness in the interface. Oh, geez.
Oh, man. Control S while you can.
I don't want to. I'm a little... Oh, no. It's happened.
It's back.
We got it. Oh, geez. I just hope one of these times I reveal like a treasure map. Like, will I find the secret to life behind one of these images?
It's an Easter egg, man. You gotta hunt for it.
Easter. Oh, I see something over here. What is it?
There you go.
What is it? Ah, it looks like a modal. I don't know.
So the question there is, does it actually go away when you clear it all off like that?
Is it just it's deleting from the
yeah.
from the AI file? It's just it's really funny though. Like whatever they're using to render it is obviously freezing, right? Like it's not getting a refresh, and then it's completely crashing. Oh man, how much do you think they put into this app this year?
That's intense. What if you? So hold on, dumb question. You just tried just alt tabbing out of it, like dropping it from your display and dropping it back up.
Sure, let's try it. Oh, the button does have a down,
and then just pop it back up.
This looks great, Noah.
Oh, yeah, that's a thing.
I'll do it all over again.
That's level 2 now.
Level 2. What else?
Level 2.
Yeah. What else can we find here? I got buttons. I got the project name. More buttons. What's
like
funny?
A real version of Find the Icon, man.
It still responds. So watch this. If I hit Z, which is zoom, and I zoom it out 3 times, right? And then we'll alt tab it, or we'll minimize it, maximize it. It will have performed that. So now we're looking at a different thing. It performs the action.
That is jacked up, man.
Yeah. What did they do? How do you do this?
I don't know, but that's oof.
This is why you can still run Illustrator 2019.
This makes sense. Now all the questions are answered why I have both.
Yeah. They're like, well, we got this bug. How often does it happen? Once every 3 hours or so. What does it do?
Yeah.
It's like an Etch-a-Sketch. It makes...
Oh, it totally is. It is 100% Etch-a-Sketch.
It makes the app Etch-a-Sketch enabled. I wouldn't want to be on the other end of trying to figure this out.
Oh heck,
because it's so random. There's no rhyme or reason. It's like it's happened when I've tried to type things. It's happened when I've moved things. It just happened there where I was like zooming out. So what have we done to fix this? I think we just sort of like, what do we do?
I think you like fake saved it and then just closed and reopened the dang thing.
Okay, so we'll save it. Are you saving? I gotta etch a sketch over it to find out.
And you can check the file modified date too.
It's saved, I think. Oh, it's saving.
Cool. Yeah,
oh, wait a second. Did it just fix itself during the save? Am I seeing stuff? Nope. Thanks, Kenso. Thanks for the good luck. It's like a giant scratch-off ticket. That's right, Nick. Great to hear. It sounds like you got your plate full, man. But if you want some challenging stuff, let me know. We'll talk about it.
Kenso, we got this really cool Illustrator bug you can try to figure out.
Yeah, this is the immediate need would be figuring out this guy. What is this? It just like I can't even. I can't tell if it's saved or not.
Go check the modified date on the file.
Sure.
It's the easiest way to tell.
$609? Yeah, we're good.
Kill it with fire. Reopen the dang thing.
You don't want to code anything perfect. Dude, why don't you just go raise money? Like, just raise us a bunch of money. We don't really need it, but how much fun would this be to have all the money to work on it with? I'm talking like a ridiculous amount too. I'm not talking like your Y Combinator 50K. Like a silly amount where people stare at the amount and they get jealous and they say, how the hell did that happen? Well, Kenso.
Yeah, that's when Larry Page comes in with 200 mil. It's like, hey, I like your idea. Let's do this.
I want 99% of the company. I'm looking for work. You might have heard of me. My name is Larry Page.
Yup.
I want advertisement in all of this.
Nope. Oh, you want to see what your real-time CPU stat is? Watch this 30-second ad.
Yeah, dude, Kenso, I completely agree. So I agree with you because it's such a rare instance that you have something like this that's been validated by the market, that has somehow been acquired by a major player, where you can say there's real estate at the other major players, right? That you say like, well, if DigitalOcean bought one of these, why would Linode not want to be shopping too, and why would AWS not want to be shopping? It's an interesting scenario. It's like the weirdest thing. I was telling my wife last night. It's like, imagine if Facebook like tomorrow shut down, or they shut down in every country except for the United States, and somehow they were like, here's the source code for Facebook, and you're just like, oh wow, okay. They go turn on Head book or whatever. That's the European version. Yeah, well, there's a combination, Kenso, but yeah, I think that they had a very small team, and it was distributed. So, yeah, it was interesting to me. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what their launch product's going to be, because they're doing something with it, and it may have just been that they went into a meeting and Tyler said, "Oh, our next step is infrastructure," and they were like looking at the growth that they had seen over the past couple of years and said, "Oh no, we don't want Nanobox to be an infrastructure company too." How do you prove that you're a solid team though, man? You know what I mean? Like, outside of you knowing me, how do you prove that? I don't have like a PhD. What are we working on here? We're going to try this with Noah. Do you remember the exact iteration we're doing?
Put the hatch on the top. We want to put it separated.
Smart.
The edge case right now is the 100.
Do we want to put it on the top or on the... Well, yeah, because we want to put it on the top, because if we put it on the bottom, it's going to kind of jack up this little guy here. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I think putting it at the top, and then if it's at 100, it'll be on the left side where the gap first starts, and if it's at 2% max, it'll be on the right side.
We'll see how strong my...
I don't even think it needs to be a huge gap either. It doesn't have to be major. We'll kind of eyeball that to see what looks good.
Yeah. I'm going to try some Illustrator foo here. Well, we know that we have this thing this is probably our basis is the CPU. That width. Illustrator foo. Can I rotate this? Not circle object. Yeah, baby. Okay, so remember the degrees if you can. Let's try 30-degree offset. Oop. Thank you, Kenzo. I would like to gather from your wisdom. Oh, yeah, we'll do this one. We'll just clip it. Okay. That was all of it. That was the whole thing. I just deleted.
Oops.
Control Z. That's going to have to rotate just a little bit more. Okay, let me move CPU up. Let's round this guy a little bit too, because it's coming off a little harsh. I'm just gonna rotate you a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, the way you just did all that, it was way different than the way I thought I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would have just made a smaller circle.
I try to tell people, like, there's plenty of ways to do it. That's that's what I try to tell people all the time is like there's plenty of ways to do one thing.
Yeah.
In this damn tool. Dang it,
which is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean that's a nice thing about it. There's definitely more precise and less precise ways. I'd say that's the gist. What are we thinking?
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah. And so it almost
solves the edge case of 0 versus 100%.
100%.
Yeah. So that solves that. You also get a nice area fill.
Yep.
For any crazier lines, which is good.
And I think you could, if we wanted to, we have options now to do something. Oh, don't do that. We have options to maybe do like if we get some feedback and somebody says, you know, I want that number.
Ooh.
Got a little space for it. Oh, that's the line height we need. The illustrator. But yeah, there's sort of like there's some space for activities there.
Yeah, the real-time value on that is nice, and then that also could eliminate the need for a hover, for example. Like if you want to know what the max actually is, instead of hovering on the dot, you can display it there.
That's wonderful. Yeah, that's
that
a wonderful,
looks beautiful
little piece of UI we just figured out there. That's awesome. I don't know if I've seen this before. We might want to. Can you get a patent started?
I know, right? Oh, you know, I was thinking what you could do too, if we're filling this based on capacity.
Yeah.
You could actually have the baseline of the circle, like not count the label. So the actual 0% mark for that could actually be right above the label, so that'll always be filled in right there.
Tell me this one more time.
So if you have the text on inside the gray area where it says 88% max.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The very top of that 8 where it's 88%, that can be the baseline of where the line actually starts to fill.
So you're always going to have like
you're always going to have that half essentially
2/5 of this filled up.
Right, to accommodate the label. That way you don't have to worry if the line is too small and it covers the text.
That might be a smart thing to figure out the math on that, because we could say 40% of it's always filled, 20%'s the active area, and then the other 40%'s always empty, or maybe, you know, like something along those lines. Because I don't think when this thing is railing that you're up here, I think you're never gonna exceed maybe like the height it's at right there. Because again, this is just series over time. Like all you're trying to say is like, is this a pattern?
It doesn't matter the scale per se.
Right.
So the height of it doesn't really matter. So we can reserve some height underneath that bottom half of the circle so that we can actually use that label if we still wanted to.
Brilliant. We did it. We made a new thing in the world. Probably just stole it. Somebody's got a design patent on it.
But we came up with it on our own. That's the hard part.
Costs $1.50 to use it. Have you ever seen those interface patents?
Oh yeah.
Why don't you talk about it for a minute? Because I think that what's the worst one you've ever seen? Like the most where you're like, what, you did what now? It could be
I think I
software
saw an
or
article on
interface.
one where they basically patented like a single squiggly, where it was like, hey, this is my signature design. This is all I get. So if it's a certain squiggle at a certain type of angle, because the when I was reading on the article, it said that the when you added up all the angles, it came out to a certain number, which was important to the actual design. It was just a bunch of
That lawyer just figured it out, didn't they? They were
oh
like,
yeah
yeah.
yeah. I was just like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this is witchcraft stuff.
The lawyer was
It's a
like,
rune for
how
like
do
some
we
spell.
do
I'm
this?
like, no, I'm good, man.
I mean, I think that's what makes it so hard is there's some things that are clearly in software should have a patent on them, where they're so novel, right? Or even in an interface where they're so novel. Like there was a company, was it Apple, that like famously tried to patent on slide, and they won, right? They won their slide to unlock thing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you sort of say, well, okay, I guess so. Like, I guess that is sort of a case for these things.
Yeah, I think so in my eyes, the way I look at how something should deserve, well, deserve is a relativistic term there, but the way I kind of determine if I feel that it should be awarded like a patent on something is if it's one logic, if it's like logic based like backend stuff, obviously yes, it's the secret
Right.
sauce that can make something work.
Proprietary
Right.
secret sauce. Yeah.
Proprietary special secret sauce. If it's interface, the only thing that I could ever constitute awarding something like that for is really if it serves like a proprietary purpose. So again, like the slide to unlock, that is new technology, that's a new interface, that's a new way of doing something, and there's a security measure attached to that, so you don't accidentally unlock something, right? It's the whole point of that. So there's a little bit of security attached to it, so I can totally understand how something like that could be um, patented. But when it's like, hey, I made this cool squiggly line and you can't use
Right.
it now, that's a little different. That's if it's pure UI, it's like I really don't care.
And I think the courts are just so bad about it.
Oh, well, it's part of that's a lot of like the how fast this stuff evolves, though. You know,
Yeah.
like it's going to be impossible for someone in that type of field to be constantly considered the subject matter expert when the technology changes so rapidly.
That's not a great curve. That's what we're going with.
It's a slot car racer, man.
Slot car racing? What are you in the Boy Scouts?
Yeah, I was a long time ago.
I was too. My car did horribly. People would. I think people cheated.
Oh, everyone cheats, dude.
They're like loading the car
cheats.
up with heavy metals,
Yeah.
and then like pull. Yeah.
That wasn't for the scouts, man. That was for all the fathers with the workshops.
Yeah, right.
Who's got the metal machine?
I don't know. I think I would use magnets. I would like.
I just used a bunch of quarters.
I'd use a
taped bunch of
directional
quarters.
magnet. I'd mount it like on the other side of the room, and then when the car was there, I would just gun that thing. It would fly off the track. Just.
That's funny.
We did ones. It wasn't for scouts, but we had ones like that where it was. Oh, I broke that curve. Where it was. We'll just let it be broken, I guess. Where we used CO2. Did you guys ever do that?
No, not CO2. Wait, like cars?
Yeah. So
really? No, I haven't done
Yeah.
that. I've done like the CO2 like bottle rocket style stuff.
Yeah. So you take a car and you put a CO2 canister on the back of it.
Oh, jeez.
One of those expendable ones, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah, for like pellet guns.
Yep. And then you put like ring hooks on the car, so it stays on a track, and then you just light that puppy off, and off she goes.
Nice.
88 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So this color is not going to work. I think we're seeing that right now.
Yeah.
So change it. Black's always the easy one. I don't think we're gonna have time to do like this randomization all the way through.
No, I think I think that that's fine with how this is going. I think this will. I think because of how contained these are, that this would be okay. I don't think we're gonna see a bad design when we tile that down.
Okay.
Yeah. Because even with just those two stacked on top of each other, right? Like even though they're two different designs, I don't see a conflicting thing with that already, which is good. So I think that'll tile just fine.
The minutia of this is just the worst. It's one of these. It's so funny though, because like the second you jump into, like, let's say we were trying to do this with random data and do it quickly and all that crap, right? Like the second you jump into doing this in HTML, CSS, and possibly SVG or WebGL, you start like pulling in these technologies and you're like, oh, we totally got it working. You focus more on making it work, right, than making it look right. And this would be so easy to build. And I just every time I ever do that, I come out of my like design and I stop worrying about how it looks, because it'd be very easy to get the random data that way. Could generate out a JSON absolutely. In 2 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, let me do some things that I've been thinking about here. Let's do that. Make that be the far call. And let's detach this just a little bit. Really interested if Kenso could get us $5 million for this.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you could say interesting. That's the word.
He said Series A though.
Oh, it absolutely is.
What about the $2 million seed fund?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want to manage all those people.
All right.
It's interesting. Okay. Moment of truth. Will it do it?
Will it blend?
Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh, yeah. I think it's because it's so contained.
Yeah, those circles get it.
Yeah.
It's definitely, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this.
That's good then.
Yeah.
I love it. I think that's gorgeous.
Can we try one more?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's circles. What if they were not circles?
What do you want them? Squares? Triangles?
I'm thinking squares. Triangles. Squares? What is this, the future?
Yeah, screw it. Why not? Triangles.
strongest shape known to man. Yeah, let's just do that one. It might not work. But yeah, I want to try rect. Some kind of rectangle.
Yeah.
Are there rectangle gauges?
They have to stay small though. I think the issue with the tiling is when you have too little of a gap between them is when you start seeing the nasty my eye hurts type thing. So I think maintaining that nice big gap, if you're going to do it, I think it might fit.
Let me just see.
Yeah, we'll test it and see. I think that's where, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can already see it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it gets a little crazy. It's a little too much.
Yeah.
So there's something about it though. I want to try a couple things here.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me try backgrounding it or something. It did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. Yeah, okay. Well, it's definitely weird.
I can totally see this being a graph library we make where you just put in the number of sides you want and then it'll build a graph like that.
Just build, yeah.
Any shape you want. You want 0 to 360. Here's your choices.
There is a question here though. So disk is a gauge, right?
Yes, but I know the question.
Is net a gauge?
Net is not technically a gauge.
Yeah.
So I have a proposal.
What's the proposal?
Since net is really the only one that's not percentage based per se, what if you move net all the way to the end? So you swap disk and net. I would put disk where swap is. Because I would put swap as the far right one. But then you can show network as just the actual raw stat.
Okay.
So you'd really only have 4 of these metrics, and then the one network one, which is just, hey, this
the
is
one
my number.
Weird guy.
Yeah.
Nope. I wonder at what point in my life I don't have to be the Illustrator junkie or the design junkie. It's a hard thing to give up on, though.
I think once you get into the groove of it, and because you have the expertise and the knowledge of it, it's very hard to not do that.
Yeah.
Like for me, like I don't code that much. Like for my work now, my stuff is all architecture type stuff, but I still have like the skill for the code, so I still do it. Like I don't just give up on that. So because that's a skill that I like.
That makes it hard, right? Makes it really hard.
It very, very hard.
Because you can't. There's not 2 of you.
Right.
Oh, this is where it's gonna get. This gonna get funky. 25. There's no way to say current or mag. There's no way to say that any other way.
Could say live, less letters.
I don't know what that would be.
Do I care about transfer though?
Do you care about how much is moved?
I'm not really.
Do you care about the net at all?
No, I mean, think about it again like this: if net is pegged, something else is happening, right? Because your CPU is going to spike, your RAM is probably going to spike, your disk I/O is probably going to spike.
Okay. See you later, net.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really even think net's really a big one.
Yeah.
That's probably more for like the expanded.
Yeah, I mean, I have never run into a problem with the network, like.
Yeah.
Not
especially
once.
when it's cloud hosted, which is like a 99 Six Sigma SLA.
That's why you Six Sigma. Got the guy like in the. Dude. Sorry.
Oh, dude, it's so true.
Whenever I picture Six Sigma, I picture like Tony Robbins.
Yeah.
Punching a board.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's move this. Dope. This is a lot of space now. I wonder. Oh, we got the controls on the side. I guess let's leave the controls over on the side. So I guess that would be fine for when it gets smaller. It's going to be better.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's
I do have a thought. Something's missing. Something like some cohesing. I'm using the new words again. Something cohesing is missing from this. I don't know what exactly it is, but I think it might be the idea of showing like a literal. Here's where the baseline of the grids are, but use it as a connecting bridge between the gauges, and then probably some weird separation on the right hand side. Maybe it just connects all 3 of these. There's not enough angles in this design.
Yeah. Ooh.
What is the ooh for?
I was just thinking. So you know how you have that nice gradient background on the far left side, the chart you see, like the health check.
The gradient background for
The chart, the red, yellow, green. Yeah, those guys. Yeah. What if you put that as the background on this for the overall on that specific thing?
Oh man. Really?
Super low opacity though. Super low. Just it's basically a background image.
We could fade it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can fade.
Because you can use that as like your bounding box over the force, like behind the 4 circles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then we can create like a little gradient. Boy, why do I keep saying it? A little gradient to keep the text preserved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That I think might look really slick.
It might look horrible.
It might, but it might look really slick.
I think 90% chance looks good. 10% chance, worst thing we've ever seen.
I'll take those odds, man.
Okay, so let's make this 100% opacity just so we can nail her in. This is the curious part is like, is this just going to be like the 1 pixel things, right? Like you don't want to spread it out more than 1 pixel, right?
Yeah, this is like just we're really just using it as just for the stylistic effect. Like it's good to see the data regardless.
So this is just style points, what you're saying.
Yeah, this is hardcore style points, but it also still gives you reference like, hey, whoa, the far right of this is all red right now. Something is wrong.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. And this would be the same data set. It would be this max out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have a way to do this. Hold on. And you mean like right behind the whole thing, right? So you're
like we'll
fully
do literally like that, and then
me.
you fade it out very, very much.
Okay, hold on.
So the text stays preserved on the right. So you'll have like a left fade, so the text is all preserved.
Yeah. That's not the part I'm worried about.
And then in the middle and stuff, it's not going to be bright popping, but it'll be nice and faded out. So it'll be.
So let's say that's the gauge.
Yep.
Okay. And then we'll group this guy up. And we'll send that back behind all this stuff. Come on. Get back. There we go. Too far. It went. Oh, that was perfect. Okay. And now we need to put an overlay between that and the gauge and all that stuff. Okay. That might have gone all the way back. Hold on. One more. There we go. Oh, yeah, that looks good. We'll just leave it just like this. So make this. Now we'll drop the opacity.
Ooh.
That looks really cool, man.
Oh man, that's that 90%.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get something behind the text here.
Or do you want to fade the left side of that as well, so you have a fade on the left?
We could. Let's just. Well, that's not the one.
Whoa.
Let me just try this first, then we'll see how just this one side looks. So we need a gradient, black, white, gradient, not that one. And then drop the white. Illustrator has this funky thing with gradients. If you go black to white, it doesn't know what to do. So you have to go color to color, like black to black, and then set the opacity for one of those to 0. Or because Illustrator, the biggest shortcoming Illustrator has is that its blending engine is garbage. Absolute garbage. So if you ever run into it and you're like, oh, this thing isn't doing transparency correctly, that's right. It's not. I don't know why, but come on. There we go. Ooh, it's so good.
Ooh, I think that's a winner.
Just gotta walk this in. Just give me a second. All right, and then let's pull this out just a little bit further. Let's actually we can probably do something to just make that the background of that flex box.
Right.
And then we'll move. Let's try to just see what happens if we move this over just a little bit. That's pretty cool. So would we do the same thing? Well, maybe it's not even doing the same thing. Maybe it's just bringing this down just a little bit more.
And you could, depending on, I don't know how many style points you want. Since this is the live data, essentially, you could make the right.
When somebody opens
side
this up,
top.
I want their CPU to start kicking the fans on.
Right. Okay. So maybe
you're
on the
thinking-
right side of this,
What are you thinking?
brighten it up on the far right on the gap there, because that's the live data coming in. Then it slowly, gradually fades out to the left.
Brighten it up, like over here.
Brighten up the space, but yeah, exactly, between the swap and the controls. So that's the real data coming in, right? Because that's the new data coming in, and then as it goes on in time, it fades out. To
That should be easy to do. Hold on.
Yeah.
So we'll move this up to, we'll say, what's the brightest we'd want that? 50% maybe. Yeah. Then we'll take this and terminate. So that was it went from 15 to 50. So we need to terminate at 45, 35. Okay. And then we pull this across as just a solid box. Yeah. Sort of catch it right there. Mm-hmm. What's the CSS code for all this?
That's a good question.
That shouldn't be too hard. This to me nothing about this seems hard.
No, that's not. I don't think that'll be too bad. There's gonna be a lot of overlaid divs, which is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Oh, matrix mode.
Got to do it sometimes. So the reason I do that is when you layer transparency, like sometimes you just don't get the ability to select things because they're underneath.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to do that as a fade, just like a quick fade right there. Okay. There used to be a button to reverse this. There it is. Oh, nope. But that wasn't even what we wanted to do. So that come out to 0. And do a little quicker ramp. Just like that. Do a quick check. It's not bad. It might need to get a little bit. It's a little bright, so let me just pull it.
Yeah, might need to drop the opacity on that part.
Yeah.
Just a tad.
I think we're missing a pipe here. Hold on. Oh, no, that was all of them. Because you just never know with that one thing missing. Be the thing. Doesn't look right. Okay, maybe we bring these guys up just a little bit. There's something neat about this. I just don't know. It's a little busy. So we might need to bring that down even more.
So what if instead of making it full height, what if it's just half the height of that background? Maybe it's just that.
Could be. Do we group all these? Yes. Okay. Easy enough to try it.
I'm liking that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been it. Might just been because it was too tall.
You wonder if you could get away with it being even shorter.
You actually might be able to be honest with you. Now that I'm thinking about it, you might be pretty darn short with that.
It's 38 pixels tall now. Let's try 20.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, I think that's gonna be the.
It's the blue ribbon baby right there.
That is. Look at that.
And now the other question is going to be, do we just remove or reduce the size of this with it? So the overlay kind of creates that. It creates a little separation there.
Oh yeah, true.
No.
No, put that back.
Yeah, that wasn't going to do it.
It was an attempt.
Yeah. Because then it becomes too much of its own thing. There is definitely something we should figure out here. Probably we want to blend with this color instead of black, which is what is that even a color? No, it's just the okay. I need to blend with this color though. So I think let me draw a box. That unfortunately that's a compute right there. So is that
Yep.
it? No. Is that it? No. Okay, I'm gonna have to eyedropper that sucker. I was looking up how to do this better today. There's no better way. You have to take a screenshot, eyedropper the screenshot.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you do.
Yeah. There is a flattened transparency thing built in, but you have to like you have to get the shapes all to overlap and crap, and that's not what we're gonna do. We're not gonna do it the hard way. All right, so we're just gonna try this. Because we had set all these colors up on this other background color, you know, so it makes it a little harder. Yeah, it's not that black comes up a little bit. I could have replaced it. There's a replace color button somewhere in this interface.
It's so pretty.
It really is. It's got a nice look to it. Okay.
Does it tile?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, it worked. Yeah. It definitely worked in the sidebar. So like, why wouldn't it work here, right?
Yeah, that's a good scalable design though. That's really, really good.
Yeah.
Now squares. So you wanted to do squares?
Yeah, I wanted to try something else with these guys. I don't know if it's squares or if it's like. I don't want to go back to this stuff.
Yeah, no, let's avoid that.
Yeah, that's definitely like I think this carries into the next screen. This is like I like the style enough where I could say, yeah, it's a cool style, but it's for like an expanded version.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at this though, I don't know. Maybe it should have stayed that dark color. Something about this isn't sitting. Before we were to go into anything else, something's not sitting on this. It's almost like it has to be tall.
Yeah, I think if we kept it tall and dropped the opacity even lower.
Yeah.
For the in-betweens. I think that might be the
just half it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. Much cleaner.
Some colorblind person's gonna just
hey, we're not worried about accessibility, remember?
We're not taking government money. Yeah. I had a healthcare client once, and it was the craziest thing. They like desperately needed to get this thing done because one of their clinics took money from Obamacare, some sort of Obamacare initiative, and because of that, they had to like fully make everything accessible. I'm sure
Section 508 compliance, man.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is. Section 508.
Yeah, and we went through and like quoted the whole thing out, and then some part of it pulled back though. It was the funniest thing because like they're like, well, Obama's not in office anymore. We don't have to do it. And it was like, really? It was that quick? Yeah, they pulled it all back.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, whatever that was.
Yeah, no, the U.S. government has Section 508 compliance specification, which is their version of what things should be for accessibility in the internet.
And so if you want to take a single dollar from them through like Medicare, right? Like, yeah, you're on the hook. Okay, let's see. Let's build our use case out a little bit here. So we're gonna do another screen, but not now. Now we're gonna just, I guess, just build this out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want the green dot to be upper area, or do you want it centered up?
I was centering it off something. I guess we didn't do that. Let's center it up. Let's do some easy design things for once.
So I go to the point. What are we? If I'm Alice, what's the green dot mean to me? Does it just mean it's online?
It's online.
Okay. So we're gonna have color state for that, right? So red is just offline.
We're gonna reinforce red.
Okay.
Yeah, good. We're definitely gonna do this thing like we did over here. So green becomes online.
Yeah, for sure.
But then we will have to. This will be something to figure out. Dang. Yeah, it's gonna have to be something like this though, where we have a physical representation of the offline state, maybe like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so our use case here is gonna be based off of this stack. So this is an EC2 AWS 1, which is a host instance. The host instance has a platform on top of it, which is indicated here with the word platform and no other way. Then inside of this, it actually contains a component. So in staging, you would have like an EC2 AWS 1 with a lot of components inside of it. In this instance, you're just having a host that also contains your web main, and there's only one of those. So what we're going to have to do here is we're going to need to show the hierarchy of that. So if we just simply like were to build this straight down, it doesn't show the hierarchy, does it? So we're gonna maybe move it in a little bit. See what we can do. Maybe get some proximity, like just keep it close. And then there is I don't think what we want to do here is make it smaller, like vertically. I think that could be a mistake.
No, I think we should keep the height. I think the height is fine.
You open up like a can of worms. So this would be web.main. And that main part is like they wrote that. Now web.main would be a component box, or really just a component. So we'll write that in here. And because it's a component, it doesn't have that. It doesn't have the although, by removing that, we could make it a little bit smaller. We totally could, because you're removing this whole section. So you don't have to scale anything else, I don't think. The gauges, dang it. I take it back. So we remove that. Maybe we can move it in a little bit.
Yeah, you can center. You might want to... I would vertically align web main and component now that it's only 2 lines instead of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you can just scoot it in to the right, just barely.
I think we got to scoot this whole tack in, like this whole tab.
Yeah. Like scoot the whole thing in, like it's a tab order type thing.
Yeah. This will be interesting with all the things behind it that we're grabbing.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna step away for like 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I might just take my break right now.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Noah, when you come back, your mic will be hot, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah. I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, guys. I'll be back in about 10. In the meantime, you can join our Discord. And if you want to do something that would help me out, there's a YouTube link. And you just click on that thing, subscribe. Help us out quite a bit. Be back in just a few minutes here. Okay. Well, I think Noah's still on his call. So I think
I'm not. I have returned.
That was good timing.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's try to work this element in and then figure out if there's anything that's got to change. I do think that like the thing that these components do that's a little bit different, we do have a different button over here. We have move instead of scale. Oh, that's a Pepsi burp. And then we need to connect it, sort of show that it's, because this is like double reinforcement at this point. Use a nice orange line like this. Just a nice bright orange line. That might have to be white for now. I wonder if you connect dot to dot or tab to tab. Try dot to dot. Yeah. Let's see if I can get something that's a little bit lighter. Now let's leave it white.
Okay, so dumb question.
Go for it.
The far left side where we have our connection situation there, why don't we just lose the background of the green dot and use that same type of layout?
Lose the background like that?
Yeah, lose the edged background, and then we can use the exact same style connection that we do on the far left.
So what do we do there? Oh, we draw into it.
All right.
We'll try it. Maybe. It's 1 pixel off. Son of a. This is the hardest thing working with circles when you need to center. They have to be like a specific size.
Yeah.
That would be like an odd.
What's the rule? Like they always have to be odd number of pixels?
Odd or even, yeah. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
We'll go smaller. I'm not gonna, harp on this too much. I don't know if we made the right call with those those little radials. I don't know. I don't think it's the right call. Something about it just doesn't sit right with me.
For what ones?
The radial gauges.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not sitting right.
Oh no.
Oh no. What do we do? Because I don't know. I would rather just get done with it though, than sit here for hours and spend another day on it.
No, I hear you there.
Like, so I want to at least trailblaze forward. It's really funny, man. I was working on an app a couple of years ago. It was like the flagship app for Omatum, and we never launched it. And I worked on that for maybe like 6 months, figuring out user experience and flow, because it was essentially a giant operation and system design, because we really were saying, like, I don't think people work on apps the right way, and like, how do you solve that problem? And there was nothing we were basing it off of. So at the end of this thing, I had basically come up with a book, like a 30-chapter book on how you're supposed to build software applications, and had to translate the theory of that into an application. So it's all greenfield. It's all brand new stuff. So 6 months in, we had the blueprint, and I started designing. And And at the end of this, I had maybe 20 screens worked out, something at the scale of what we've got worked out already in this app. And unfortunately, as I was looking at it, I said, this doesn't work. And I had somebody come over that was a pretty experienced PM, and they looked at it and they said, like, just like something about it just doesn't feel right. So we both agreed like something had to change. And I spent another 3 months redesigning it, and it was horrible. Like it came out really good, but it was just the worst experience. I spent a week on one screen on something like this.
Oh, that's nuts.
Until it came into, until it started to make sense.
Yeah, I normally take the opposite approach. I will spend, like, I always try to time box it when I have to do design. So I'll time box the design so I know I'm there to get me 90%. If I can get to that 90% mark and I'm like, all right, I think I can, this is good for V1, if you will. And then as I get into the actual coding part, then I can start adding or changing things up if I feel like something's not quite right.
It was not a fun experience.
I totally understand that.
But when on the outside of it felt really good, because the problem was that what we were making, and we never got to launch it because I hit a point when I got done with design and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna need like a 10-person team to do this. It's like 100 design screens, which I can do, but then it's like probably an equal number of services that have to get stood up, and yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. If I work and I talk at the same time, sometimes I just forget what I'm talking about.
It totally happens.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. So, like, but the moral of the story was, like, it definitely was beneficial to do it, but in cost, it must have. If I was paying for that, it would have been like $100,000. Change.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. Where is this thing growing? Oh, it's got a stupid reference was wrong. Just connect that there. Probably could just run underneath. Yeah. So now we're going to just start simulating out these different pieces, right? So in this deployment scenario, everything has been broken up into these separate systems. So like we have things talking to each other through the host instance with the platform that may in fact themselves be hosts. So data.db, which is going to be your Postgres database. Oh crap, that's something we need to figure out too, is the language is going to be connected in to your host through a load balancer, and you're going to be using evars to connect these things. So instead of having these like huge multi-component boxes, you'll just have everything separated. And one of these things in here has what's called a cluster box. And the cluster box is when you've created a horizontal scale. You have something that needs this.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't think we need to screw around with these things too much. I'm just going to change it a little bit. What are we running on this thing? 512 gigabytes of RAM.
I know, right? That's a big boy. That's a big boy.
We are crunching some advertising statistics on that thing. All right, so then we have Redis. So Redis is another host instance. What does Redis want? Redis wants disk. It wants RAM. It wants the same thing probably as a Postgres wants. Redis is like, isn't Redis 100% RAM, right? That's why it's so fast. You ever use?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's like 100% RAM, and you have the disk as it's like your tail, like to just preserve in the event of a system outage or something.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Man, that scares me if I think about that. Running an entire database just purely in RAM.
well,
Oof.
it's Redis. You're just
No,
Redis is
no.
just managing a queue.
Yeah,
If you're using it any other way than that, you're playing with
don't do
fire.
it.
You're playing with fire, man. If you're,
Uh, That's when
I
Thor comes out with one little lightning strike and you're toast. You're done.
yep, that's the end of it. Yep. Okay, now we have an offline component, or an offline host, which is a worker mailer. In fact, the workers, we're probably going to say that these are cluster boxes with one inside of them. So that's how you would set this up. They would be cluster boxes. Databases tend to be the outlier where they will just be hosts because you can create redundancy, but you can't distribute databases. You can't like load balance a database. Unless is there stuff you do at enterprise to load balance databases? Like, because you need a source of truth, right? Like you need the data all has to be in one place, right? At the end of the day. So
Yeah.
you can't like have a horizontal scale of a database. You just have that one computer that's $14,000 a month.
Yeah. So that's actually that's an interesting point you make because with my workplace right now, we actually have that issue where the only way to really scale a database is up. You can't really scale out. The database and syncing between different hosts that has the same data is absolutely terrible, and it's playing with fire. Don't do it ever. So normally databases are it's always one thing, but you might have a load balancer to ingest different API endpoints that kind of mask it. So
Oh, okay. Okay. Like, do you ever put like a ton of RAM in front of that thing? Or just
no,
say
not
like,
really.
we anticipate that there's not going to be anything more than 200 gigabytes of data written.
No, we don't really put a ton of RAM. So what we're in the process of doing right now is a Kafka queue. Are you familiar with Kafka? It's basically a messaging system.
The guy Kafka. Hold on.
Yeah. So Kafka it's a technology.
Franz Kafka.
Don't know if he has anything to do with it though.
Franz Kafka. Are you sure?
No, I have no idea. I just know what it's called.
He was a German-speaking Bohemian novelist and short story writer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
You don't think that he has anything to do with it?
No.
Nothing.
No. Maybe the name only. But
he wrote some. They bought the name from his estate.
Oh, maybe yeah.
Apache Kafka. Yeah,
we
yeah.
use a messaging service.
Interesting, because like this is a service that like Heroku offers. They offer Kafka message busing or whatever.
Yeah. So anytime we try to talk to a database, anytime we try to do anything cross service, we always use a Kafka queue.
Whereas you could use a Redis queue, right?
You could. Yeah. It's just very similar. Very, very similar.
So what's the difference?
I prefer Kafka because it was way easier to install. So we used
Oh, okay. Yeah, Redis has its own set of unique, fun things that'll happen. Redis is the weirdest thing to me. Like, I need to use it more. I think most people need to use it more. But once you get into your Redis pattern, I'm guessing Kafka too, the complexity of your app kind of just changes, right? Like you think in that different way where you're like, well, everything's coming off thread now. Everything's async. Nothing's synchronous because it's going to move. Everything has to go into a queue to be processed. So you just have to have this weirder way of looking at things than when you just have one thread or one monolithic platform that can immediately give you an answer to something, right? It can.
Right. Yeah. So a lot of times when we have to scale something, what we're really scaling is the API endpoints or the API boxes, the worker nodes, if you will, that handle the requests, because they all use the load balancer to balance the requests amongst themselves. But then they all still talk to the same thing. They still talk to the database, and we do that via the Kafka queue. So in this case, it'll be through Redis. In this example, so yes, you have multiple worker nodes or multiple API endpoints, load balanced in front of that. So when someone makes a request, it goes to the one that's most available, and then from there it dispatches the message to Redis to process.
It's funny too, because like you just standing something like that into your app, into your architecture, like makes it so scalable. Like,
oh, absolutely. Yeah. The biggest jump that we made in the past few years was essentially reworking our entire tool chain. So we changed everything out from old school virtual machines, like through like actual VM software, like VMsphere. and now we're basically doing Docker images built with Jenkins, which then gets shoved into a container registry that we own and host, and then that stuff gets picked up by Spinnaker with pipelines, and then those get deployed into our Kubernetes clusters.
Do you ever say Leroy Jenkins?
Oh, dude, I want to say it so bad.
We deploy it to Leroy Jenkins.
That's the way to do it.
33.3% repeating, of course. Chance of cluster failure.
Yup.
What a, just as a side note, what a weird time that was in the internet when stuff like that took off, Like,
yeah.
Just such a tiny little video that today would probably get no recognition whatsoever.
No.
But back then, I mean, who here has never seen Leroy Jenkins? Who watching right now has never experienced, because if you haven't, I wouldn't be surprised. But there was a time when like that was common vernacular.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta look up something. I want to see if something came out of that real quick.
Nick, you've never seen, go look up Leroy Jenkins on YouTube and just watch it. It's like a very short video. It's probably not even that funny anymore. It just, like, when that came out, that was so hilarious. Kind of like Rooster Teeth when they came out with like Red vs. Blue. When did that come out? 2002? 2001? Like, and it was hilarious at the time, but nowadays you'd be like, it's like, it's funny, I guess. Like, it's content. Because you have so many people shooting their content up every day, and they've got very professional people that can do it. Have I ever seen the weird Leroy Jenkins short movie? They made a short movie on Leroy Jenkins. That's not a smart idea. Hey, there's a meme. Let's make a movie about it. That never works out.
Oh god, it's like video games and movies.
Yeah, they really just, they're different animals. Like, I really like the Assassin's Creed movie, but I know a lot of people hated that.
I thought that was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I was like, how else are you gonna do it? Like, yeah, you can't like make it crazy. You got to kind of tell the origin story. Like, I thought it was all right.
Pokemon movie wasn't that bad.
I haven't seen it. I've never even played a Pokemon game.
Yeah, Detective Pikachu, man, that was actually pretty good.
Didn't they get somebody famous to voice that?
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds voiced Pikachu.
Crazy. How did they? It's pretty smart. It's a 3-minute long movie, but it sucks. The idea is why, and so the execution. Yeah, dude, totally link it. If you link it in our Discord, because I'll watch it later if you link it there. If you link it up here, I mean, this, I when I get done with stream, I close the chat and go cry for 15 minutes, and then that's my night. So I don't see the chat. I just go into the corner and say, what have I done today? Oh, now you want to give me an outer glow, do you? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Illustrator.
Hey, it works now.
Yeah, I just want a little bit just to see it, because I know we did that in the sidebar. Yeah, just a little tiny guy. All right, so we got two things to address really quick. One, we need to tell people what these boxes are built on? Because, all right, just throw this out there. Components are language based, so you would never have a component that had like Node and Ruby. I mean, it might be Ruby having a Node.js something installed, right? But your primary thing that you do on the box is Ruby or just a singular language on any component. For data hosts, you're not going to have two of these on one thing. I mean, you could, but they're always going to be like Postgres or Redis or something like that. And same thing for workers. Workers are only going to operate in one primary language, because the way the systems work is they have an engine. So you specify the engine, and that's how over on the left here we can see Ruby or PHP or something like that lit up. Here we have forgotten about that and we never put it in to the design. So should we back up just a second and maybe like find some icons really quick that would say Ruby and Postgres and Redis?
Yes, I think that's probably the...
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Or what you can do is You could use it as just text as part of the second line.
This would be too much.
Like, you think so?
Yeah. Because you have something like really long, like Elasticsearch.
Oh, true.
But you have a point. Like, you have a point. Could it be text? Like,
I mean, honestly, what I would probably do is I would think of a better way of saying host instance versus cluster, and I would just put the tech stack that it is where that line is.
So you can say host Postgres instance, host Redis instance, cluster of Ruby instances,
right?
Ruby component. Okay. Now, you could have a complicated stack, right? So we've named these things kind of like to make it easy on ourselves. So we have data.db, which really should say data.postgres if you were, like smarter than me. Data.redis is probably about right, but it could end up being like data.q. So if we said host instance or Redis host instance, Postgres host instance. I don't know if it lights it up enough. What if we highlighted it?
Yeah, you could highlight it, yeah.
It's a lot of colors.
Yeah. Yeah, but the colors are distinct enough to know what the difference is, though.
We've got like a bunch of colors here. Let me just look at it. We'll let it raster. Mm-hmm.
I like it. I don't think that's too busy from a color perspective.
Yeah, let's just see what the icons would look like, though.
Sure.
I had seen an icon when I was in Sublime Text that I really liked. I'm going to see if it'll... Yeah, these guys. These, like, little ones here. Like that for Ruby. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I just don't know if we can get a series of them. And they have a bunch here. This is definitely a plugin that does this. Let me see which one it is. A package?
If it's a plugin, I bet you that
a file icon.
Yeah, I bet you that package has a GitHub link in it, and it's a little directory of all the icons in there.
That's what I'm thinking. So let's go see if it's MIT.
Yeah.
This is my favorite thing about the MIT license. It's free real estate, baby. It really is. It's like you put it in an MIT licensed repo, and it is an MIT licensed repo.
Boom.
Free
Look
real
at
estate.
There's a nice big folder. It says icons.
Well, let's see what we got. Multi and single. Okay. So they're all PNGs. Okay. And then we have multi.
Oh, yes.
I wonder what the difference is. Let's grab this puppy. Give it. You're mine now. I'm stealing you.
Thank you, MIT license.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for the code. That's this whole project is just thanks for the free stuff.
Hey, I mean, if you think about it, we're being smart about it. We're taking things that have a huge need and we're bringing them all together.
I have a friend of mine who's like pretty smart guy, and his whole thing is like he wants to only make apps where he's got the MIT license.
I think that's smart. I think that's great.
Interesting. So you see how these are all white? You can hardly see them.
It's because I think you set the color inside the editor.
Yeah, it's not going to be great.
Because it's probably themable, right? Because Sublime's themable, so you can probably adjust the...
Yeah, never mind.
Oh, there we go.
Multi must mean multicolor.
Oh, yes, that makes more sense.
Okay, let's see. We got the... I'm going to pop a new folder really quick. I'll start dunking these things in. Open separate. I'm trying to tell my computer, tell Cortana what to do. Open in separate window, Cortana. There we go. I can't believe it. That's such a weird thing with Cortana. Microsoft was
Halo, man.
Yeah, right. Like there's a Halo thing.
Literally, it. That's why it's called Cortana.
And then they were like, let's double and triple down on this thing.
Yup.
We got the trademarks. Is there really like a mini Postgres icon though? We get a lot of files, but let's see. If I'm going through here, I need PHP, I need Ruby, Scala. Is there a Redis? Why would there be a Redis in here? I guess is the question. It's not like that's a language. Rails files. Yeah, that's going to be the problem. Is these are gorgeous icons, but there's not going to be everyone that we need. Would there be a PG SQL in here? No. So we can probably get language types out, but it looks like it's going to probably be like language types only. So let's just grab them and we can see about making our own little tiny ones. Oh, there's SQL right there. So would you just call SQL, like give it that generic bing, bing, bing?
I would, because that's really the only time you ever see SQL is always going to be database driven, and I think that's a universal.
Yeah. And are you going to have Postgres and MySQL? No, you're a religious fanatic when it comes to these things, so you're going to pick one or the other.
Yeah, I don't think the icon is really going to matter for that as long as you know that that's what it is.
So what would Redis's icon be?
Good question.
Do we just change the color of it? Whenever I think of Redis, I think of red.
Oh, you totally can. You can totally just skin that to be red.
Yeah, and we'll do.
Yeah, oh, you know what you could do for PHP? Make it that purple, and for Postgres, make it the blue that they use.
Well, I made a new PHP logo.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we'll just use that one.
Or sorry, not PHP. Ugh, I'm the MySQL.
Yeah, we'll just use MySQL, whatever, green, blue, and then Postgres purple.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we've got what we need for the project. So we have a Ruby and a SQL. Let's just copy that there. I'll call this Redis, and we'll change the color. And then we'll call this Postgres and change the color. Okay, let's find out some Postgres colors. So it's that blue. Base blue. I don't really know how to recolor this. It's a PNG.
Photoshop Magic Wand.
That's going to look great.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Dear Photoshop, please don't have any weird photos in here that I've been editing.
Bring it up to the other screen quick.
I can't. It's going to open up on the main one.
Oh, switch to BRB.
No, I can't. We're riding it hard, man. I get a Twitch ban.
All right, here we go.
I edit some weird stuff.
No, you know who edits some really weird stuff?
That's just my kid. Yeah. I got Nodemon here.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yo, it's Nodemon. So we're opening something up. Yeah, let's drag her in. It would have been even better if these were like, what do you call it? If they were, geez, I can't even think. AI files or SVGs or something.
Oh yeah, SVGs would have been the golden ticket.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one option you have is you could attempt to trace this, and you'll have the vector.
Let's not do that.
Yeah,
it never goes well.
Then otherwise you're good with just the magic wand.
Yeah.
Or you can do a just screw with the color control and just force it to be something close enough. Magic wand, you'll be able to paint it the specific color, but
magic wand's never good. Yeah, it never gets these little like transparencies.
Well, when it's transparent image, I always cheat and I select the inverse and I just paint what's around it. So I select the empty space and try to adjust the tolerance.
Crazy town. Okay.
But the dithering is always the one that's always the problem.
I'm surprised they don't have like a match color. Okay. Magic wand. I haven't used Photoshop in quite some time. Dude. You know, I got it.
So you want to
look at that?
Yeah.
It's got the right color. 3367. Did it get better? Did Magic Wand get better?
Oh, I think it's great.
I
made my passport photo today because I didn't want to go to FedEx in the rain. So
you made a passport inside of it today?
No, I made my passport photo. Like you know how you have to like go.
But
to,
you
like,
could if you wanted to. You could make a passport in here.
Oh, you totally could, but I would never advise that. Only for
Don't do
illustration
it.
purposes.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that.
You'll end up in a Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, don't breathe this.
All right. And for Redis, I wonder if Redis even has color palette. Probably not. Oh, never mind. Redis logo right there. We have Rufos and Barn Red. Okay. I'm guessing it's that guy. Or maybe this one.
Yeah.
It's that middle one.
Yeah, I go with the middle.
You know that Adobe Photoshop, I don't know why I know this, but it actually, if you scan in money, you know, it'll tell you. Nope. So if you scan like a dollar bill and open up in Photoshop, it has image recognition. It's had that for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
It's like
I'm totally going to test that later. I just finally hooked up my scanner, so I actually will test that.
I just finally got my currency printer installed. Yeah. No, but it was the weirdest thing. I was, they've had it in there for a really long time. I was working on for a client once, and they wanted, they're like a hip hop artist, and they wanted like money, you know, like inside of the design that we're working on, just like dollar bills and stuff, stacking bills. And they're like, as soon as you scan it in, you go to open it up and it will catch it. And dude, this must have been 15 years ago. And that was crazy to me. And I remember we had this huge discussion because I'm working with my friends, and we're all sort of like, we all know how to use Photoshop barely and stuff. Like we're just, you know, but we talk about it and we're like, that's crazy. Like they built that into the software. There's like image recognition built in.
So I wonder if that's for all currencies.
Like, what do you want to?
Like, what if I scan like a peso?
They probably don't care. Why would they care? It's a peso.
So you think it's just U.S. currencies?
I bet there's a law.
Oh, there might be.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's one of those sneaky law things. Let's see how this looks. Oh, jeez. Now we find out if this was a good choice or a bad choice. So I want to make this 16 pixels, just real tiny. That looks horrible. Illustrator, one day you'll learn how to do raster. Not today. And then, what would we do? Just stick it right there. Oh, it does not look good.
Like, no, back to text. Screw the icons.
Yeah, everything's going to look like crap with those.
Yep. No, screw that.
Can I just try the ruby? Because I felt like that was my favorite icon.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you do that. Put the ruby in there. See what it looks like.
Oh, just so good looking. It's like a superhero logo. So like, what if it was there? Okay, hold on. Bear with me. I'm advocating for this.
I know where you're going with it. I'm smelling what you're cooking.
Okay, so what if it was right there? And then
drop it down.
Drop it down. Because we don't have enough transparency in the design yet.
So it's like a stamp almost.
It's essentially a stamp, yeah.
It's not bad.
It doesn't really read very well. What if it was smaller?
No. You could make it. Okay, so here you could make it.
It's a tiny
smaller.
boy. Yeah, it's tiny up there.
Yeah.
It's 5 pixels off the corner, just like that.
Yep.
No, I can't even
interfere with the text.
I can't even see it. Yeah. Because that's the point of that icon, right? It's meant to be just a little tiny boy. Let's go 100%. I don't know. It maybe just doesn't look good with that stupid Postgres stack thing.
That could be.
What if we get smaller? We're going so small, it doesn't even know how to alias it anymore. It gave up.
Well, just red blob.
Yeah, it's a red blob. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work without a layout shift. And using the text for now is probably fine. Okay, so we'll say... So this is the thing, though. It's got to be... The convention has to be this, like... It starts with the thing. Or else this doesn't work as well. So Ruby instance cluster. Aha.
There you go. Look at that. You're a copywriter.
Pay me money.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of, I forgot about that.
I want to work on Madman. Madman? Madman. Okay, then Ruby component, right? Yeah. The platform gets a little bit different because the platform is if we should probably go look at Nanobox just real quick. I think I used the wrong orange 10 times.
The only thing I'm addicted to right now is winning.
Oh, thanks, Noah.
Yeah, he said pay money. So I was like, hey, I forgot my Twitch Prime free sub thing.
I changed up all those audio things, and now when I hear them, I love it. I was like, I gotta hear the things I love.
Nice.
Charlie Sheen saying he's addicted to winning.
Oh, nice.
Didn't work out too well for him. You know, we tried this like sound effect board too. I took it off because I just was like, that's weird. But I had this thing set up so you could like pay money in bits to play sounds on the stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that really, I think that only works like if you're like a big streamer or something. But I had ones that were like the X-Files theme music. And if I hear that, someone has paid for me to talk about conspiracy theories for 15 minutes.
Oh. That's a good content segment right there.
Right? Yeah.
That's going to be good.
Oh yeah. I actually
that's the Omatum After Dark YouTube channel.
I was going to call it the Hex Files.
There you go. That works too. Yeah.
Yeah. That looks really good.
Yeah, I think that's a winner.
Yeah, this is definitely doing it. Now the platform, I wonder if that's the one where you highlight it, but you don't like because this is sort of your Mac Daddy, right?
Right.
Yeah. What about that?
So question for you: the naming convention for EC2 AWS1, are they putting this in or he generated?
Let's go look. We generate this one, AWS one.
Okay.
They generate this, and what's
they
actually
generate those.
Mm-hmm. And what's interesting.
Okay.
So you see how worker mailer is right here.
Yeah.
There's actually because you've said it's a horizontal scale. What it actually looks like, I'm going to draw this instead of do it because we might in fact want to do this. Is that there's actually a child right here called. Let's move this. The child called worker mailer one. Because,
okay.
Right, because you've set up a cluster, and even if the cluster doesn't have any children, it's still a cluster. It always has one child, and that's reflected in their interface, the Nanobox interface. We might want to figure that out because, well, we're gonna have to because there's one with 15. Maybe when it's just the one, it always tucks, and then when we get to the point where there's 15, then we got to figure out how, or more than one. How do you display that? Because they can sort of be skinny versions of this. They can be like skinny versions of health statuses, but I mean, talk it through. Does it make sense that like there's that you almost you would kind of care about the individual ones, right?
Well,
would you?
Well, it's the exact same thing, right? We're just scaled, correct? Like each one has the exact same job.
Mm-hmm. But it's distributed.
So,
yeah.
Right. So if it's distributed workflow, does it matter?
Maybe not.
Because if one's
why would it matter?
Then it's not distributed.
Would you ever like? You could get one that broke though, especially when you talk about workers. Sometimes
I would just turn it off and turn it back on. I'd redeploy another one.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a cluster, so the whole point of it is load balance. The whole point of it is shared workload.
Yeah. But I think we need to. You know what we can do? I got an idea. What if we got because again, like your main concern is the cluster. It's this big piece up here. Right? So this is probably going to tell you the distributed load for the whole cluster. Right? It's going to average it out and say like the whole cluster of your 15 component instances are handling CPU at this rate, RAM at this rate, disk, that's why you have it. When you want to see those, instead of displaying them in a list, what if we tiled them? And that way you can just sort of like, you tiled it and you give it just mini controls, just a restart control. That's it.
Perfect. Yep. I definitely think that's probably a better way.
So do we do that?
I don't think 15 line items is going to help anything.
That's going to make things so bad.
Yeah.
So we can work it out because here you wouldn't do it because there's just one.
Right.
So we'll do the one for 15 in a second. So this is an offline thing. Is there anything else we'd want to do? If it's offline, maybe just to simulate it, we'll go in and remove a bunch of this, just like one group of that. Yeah.
Oh, what's our offline state for our 4 gauges? Just empty and not filled up?
Good question. Yeah.
We don't have an empty.
Let's empty it. You can show like the last reported max.
Yeah, you can still show the max, yeah.
And could you yeah, what do you do with these guys? The graphing. I guess the graphing would still be relevant. So you kind of leave that alone. But I guess at some point the graphing terminated.
Correct, yeah.
So but I don't think we need to show that. Yeah, we'll just show this. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Anything else we want to do here? Maybe take this and well, you wouldn't really want to mess with this too much. I guess that's fine. You just leave it like that. Okay. So now we have
I do have one question.
Default. Yeah.
Are the specs for the offline node gonna always be available?
The provision specs, this thing?
Yeah, like we're setting that, correct? Like we're not pulling that.
So
Okay.
you say I want a cluster. You say, okay, this is the base box for the cluster. So
Gotcha.
it's just saying like this is what it's spinning up inside the cluster
Right.
times whatever. Not like this is the currently reported Procmon whatever.
Yep.
Because Lord knows if you try to get AWS to tell you like what's actually on your box, you will never get a straight answer. Like,
No, so true.
they'll change every time you ask for it. So because whatever, like, is that a patent that they have that does that, or is it just like, am I just so naive to that stuff that like it's just how those things work, right? Because it's so funky. Like when you first get an AWS box spun up on EC2, especially, and you go to view the logs and it's at 140% CPU, and you're like, what? 100? How? And it's because
it's the burst. Yeah.
yeah, it's like they have that rollover protection or whatever it is, and
Yeah.
that's really funky to look at because it just screws with your I don't know, when I look at that crap, it screwed my head.
Oh, anytime I see a percent that's over 100, I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. 0 to 100 is why it's a percent.
Excuse me. So you're telling me I wasn't using everything?
Right.
These are some Mac Daddy workers here.
Yeah.
$600 a month for each one of those.
Oh, jeez. It's my dream, man. I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna end up hitting a dang button, and it's gonna end up billing my AWS account with $2,000.
Yeah. That's not our problem, though.
No.
It might be. It could be. But you're gonna.
We gotta make that hard. We gotta make sure that
you're
when
gonna
we- when we
terms
do
of
scale
service
buttons-
us right out of that problem.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Big old giant warning when you first open the app on the free version. This costs you money. Don't screw this up.
Yeah. Jeez, I couldn't even imagine. The most I've ever been hit for in a given month's like 10,000. Like somebody got a key that I had. I don't know how they got it, and they got into my my AWS, not the one I used for my business. It was my personal one, and they spun up a bunch of boxes. Mine in Bitcoin or something like that.
That's so crazy, man.
Yeah.
Those IAM keys are ridiculous.
Yeah, and it was just like, what in the world? And as I contacted, and they took it off. Like they were like, oh yeah, it looks like somebody from, not you.
Oh yeah, they won't care. They'll easily help you.
Yeah.
To them, that's absolutely like daily occurrence type thing.
Crazy. When like I don't know, it's weird. I don't worry about people getting. I worry less about somebody getting into my bank account than I do them getting an access key for Ruby instances I have installed on AWS.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, because I know with the bank they know what to do.
Yeah.
Somebody gets my debit card or something, they're like, oh yeah, we'll go arrest that person. But with AWS, like I don't think they even follow up with it. I imagine they don't. Maybe they do at some level.
There's no way for them to.
Yeah, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna really like convince a local government to go do a thing? I doubt
Right.
it.
Not only that, but if the person was savvy in the beginning, they're probably using the VPN anyway. So it's not,
Right. So they have to go contact Nord or whoever, and
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a weird theory that most of these VPNs, like, they do keep the logs because
I mean, I use one. Supposedly, the one I use is zero logging.
zero.
And they've been audited by third-party people, and they've confirmed
Who are the
that,
third-party
so-
people? Did
I
they?
don't know. Whatever company that offered for the job, it's probably hired by them. I don't know.
Right. It's like when you go.
No, I
into-
know. I know.
there's like
I'm
a
just
weight-
saying what I'm reading.
Get that weight loss pill, and it's like it's been clinically evaluated, and you're like, oh, that sounds good. Then you find out the
Yeah.
clinic is like a subsidiary of the business unit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
No, the way that they do the, so I use ExpressVPN. No, is it ExpressVPN? No, I don't remember what it used. I think it's Express. It's basically all ran via RAM. So on their side, everything's on the RAM. So when the machine reboots, everything's wiped. So there's nothing actually, there's no quote unquote data there outside of, hey, yeah, this person has an active account, they can connect.
That's smart.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's still some way to get it.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, some CIA like guy to
Put
say,
the
hey.
RAM stick under the electron microscope and start writing down bits, man.
We have a Muon scanner that we set up outside, and
Oh, that's so crazy.
yeah, the crap that they can do. I think people underestimate that. They underestimate how, like, the difference between. Okay, first of all, most people are like script kiddies. They have been forever. Like, that's just the way it is. Most people will use some like a penetration set toolkit like Metasploit or something like that, and if they can't get in with that, they're done. But the next level would maybe be like social engineering to do a infiltration.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so more savvy people will do that. I mean, that's how Kevin Mitnick got into Nokia. It was all social engineering. He didn't like hack his way in there. It was just like talking to the right person, getting the right access, like that kind of stuff. And then you have the nations, right? Nation state level hacking.
Oh yeah.
And that's intense. Yeah, because they put
that's the scary stuff.
a lot of money into it. A lot of money goes in. Like they have, agents sitting at AMD and Intel, and they this is like no joke. Like they have people that are just sort of wired in. They might even be paying somebody that works at Intel, or a series of people that work at Intel to put backdoors in the chips.
Yeah.
And I don't
Very,
know
very
if Intel's maybe not like the best example, but there is definitely when Wikipedia, when WikiLeaks dumped Vault 7 a couple of years ago. If you guys, that's publicly available stuff. You can go read it. Go check out and see Vault 7. It's a of all things, it is a confluence board. It's like an Atlassian confluence board that the penetration experts at the CIA had. And so you can go in and read their freaking toolkits, and like it's like instructions on how to get into Samsung TVs, how to get into MacBooks, how to turn webcams on, and it came with a big toolkit. Like, so you can download that. It's 10 years old at this point, but you can see what they were able to do 10 years ago. And the level, like they could, I mean, if you ever watch that movie Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, and that kind of shows you, like, that's no joke. That is
movie.
no joke. That is exactly the level of thing that a nation can do. Not an individual, maybe some penetration houses, but national level security stuff looks and feels like that.
And casinos.
Also casinos. Yeah, don't get naked anywhere, even if you're in the hotel. You want to bathe with your clothing on.
Yeah, casino security is ridiculous, state-of-the-art stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, like, I don't know, whenever I think about like VPNs, I always just think they're a little funny. Who cares? Like who cares?
No, for sure. I normally I don't.
If you're in that kind of trouble.
I use it for when I have to do like contract work stuff.
Yeah.
So like if I'm moving stuff around, I'll use it. If I'm doing anything crazy, I'll use it. But otherwise, I don't really care.
Yeah. So Yaya Pun Pun, let me tell you something very scary. Okay. So you say that they definitely log stuff, but it's not personally identifiable if it's a good VPN provider. Let me tell you something about personal identification stuff. Nations don't need it. They don't need to see that you're who you are. They don't need to see like a trail back to you. Courts need that kind of stuff. But if you're like under something, if they need to find the person and find an address for you, they don't need to know, like, they don't need to have the trail of evidence to get there. So they use really funky stuff to figure that out. You can go look up Firestorm, is it? Let me just, if you're interested, I just think this is an interesting thing. So whoever did the Mandiant report. Yeah, APT1 FireEye. So look up FireEye. This is a company that does these huge, like 100, 200 page reports that say how they tracked penetrations and stuff like that. They did one on the Russians that would have been maybe like 3 or 4 years old. They were able to ID Russian hackers by the way they wrote code, not like by an identifying piece of it, but by the way they wrote code. And if you go
code style.
Yep. And
fingerprint.
Yep. And so they also figured out, like, this is another thing that came up with the guy that got nailed for Silk Road. That was a very like, well, we found him posting on Stack Overflow or something. No, they didn't. That's what they said in court. What they did is they knew who he was. They probably exploited Tornet and got some identifiable pieces out of like browsing habits on Tornet and were able to link it to stuff he was doing on CleanNet. And then they just sort of made up this story about he posted accidentally, because he vehemently says he didn't do that. Like, he's like, I did not do that. And then in court, they're like, well, we saw you post for that. Because this guy essentially, like, he said, like the story was basically, the guy posts on Stack Overflow, I run Silk Road, I need help with the servers, like something very identifiable. And he claims he didn't do it. So they definitely did this sort of deep data analysis stuff, probably at this place, the NSA data center, which is a massive structure with petabytes of information. Oh, that just looks evil. Look at this place. Just looks.
If that doesn't scream corporate America, I don't know what.
It's so sinister looking. Look at they're just like, the most of it's underground. It's just this.
Looks like the Tesla battery
hardened
factory.
Freaking yeah. And the NSA data center, maybe it'll say how many petabytes of information is there. It's unreal. It's like an article came out on this and said, oh yeah, it's like enough where it's all this stuff. It's everything. Like everything, every bit that's going over the net is here. The 65 megawatt electricity bill. What? That's like a quarter of a freaking nuclear power plant. 1.7
Storage
million
estimates right there.
gallons.
3 to 12 exabytes.
Exabyte. How was an exabyte?
I think that's
how many drives do you have to have for that? It's a lot of hard drives.
$40 million worth.
Billion even. So a terabyte is 1,000 to the 4th. An exabyte's 1,000 to the 6th. So it's 10,000, 100,000 terabytes. Is that about right? Or is it 1 million terabytes?
1 million terabytes, I think, yeah.
1 million terabytes. Oh,
Oof.
that's everything, boys. That's everything.
I bet you they've had
This
to write
stream-
custom software.
This
Just to
stream
manage
is sitting over there. Like, yeah, right. And they would have to. They'd have to write custom software, because just accessing into the information would take forever. Yeah. And that it really makes you question, like, well, how good how good are they at that stuff? I just as a pipe dream, if some shady character ever came up to me, or like some character came up to me and said, hey, we want you to work for the NSA, I would be like, yeah, maybe. Like, it would be so much fun to go work on the bleeding edge like that.
Oh, absolutely. Same.
Yeah. It just to
In a
see,
heartbeat.
and you go in there and they've got quantum chips, and they probably have, with that much data, you wonder, and that's what they're reporting. You wonder, like, well, if it's read-only data, couldn't they store it in some crazy way, like crystals or something, and probably get a lot better, like, storage capacity out of it? And
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Didn't they just do an article on Glass Drive?
oh, no kidding.
I think there was. I'll see if I can find it. I'm gonna look for it, but I feel like I just read an article not too long ago about how they were able to increase the storage capacity on a glass disk.
On a glass disk.
Yeah, glass disk. Yeah, let's see if I can find it.
I would be curious about the definition of glass, right? Okay, we're going to try to do this. So we have to somehow show that this guy right here has 15 things inside of it. And we don't want to get crazy with it, but it might just make sense to tile these guys out. And I wonder too if this is something like you would have to like open up
Oh yeah, so it's Microsoft. They put
Microsoft
the
did it.
entire 1978 Superman movie on it.
Wait, what?
So I'll put the link in chat.
Okay. On a piece of glass.
Yeah, it's on a quartz glass disc.
I feel like we got CDs. Oh, that's super weird.
Yeah, it's a 75 by 75 by 2 millimeter thick. It's roughly the size of a coaster.
That's really not that much data.
No, not at all. But the reason they did this is because the shelf life of it can be almost up to 1,000 years.
Much like the rods of crystal used in Superman's Fortress of Solitude.
Exactly, which is why they used the Superman movie to put it on the quartz.
Makes sense. Yeah, interesting. See if you like what I would think the stuff that they were looking at that I read about was 3-dimensional crystal storage, and they said that like per cubic millimeter it was like crazy.
Yeah,
absolutely crazy. But it was like one of these things that you could only write at once. It was only for read only, like just like that glass, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, when you normally, so from the physics perspective, when you have a crystalline structure, it's very, very difficult to rearrange to write multiple times. Normally that's going to be an etch once and that's it. Now you're done.
Yeah, but if you're storing, like if you're the NSA, that's what you want.
Yeah, that's what
right?
you want. Yeah,
that's what you want.
To be able to do that.
You want
read it as much as you want. Sure.
Yeah, you want baller read speeds, right? That's probably about it. Massive storage capabilities.
See, what I'm expecting, this is me being the futurist, I am anticipating down the road that rather than etching data directly to like a quartz crystal, why don't we essentially just do a live stream of the 3D print of the quartz crystal? Do you know what I mean? So we're actually growing the data based on live data that's coming in. Similar to how like when you freeze ice, you know how sometimes if you freeze ice with music playing, you'll change the structure of it?
Yeah.
So my idea there is why wouldn't we just feed the stream into whatever that's doing the growing, which is essentially embedding the data directly into it.
That's just going to open up a whole new kind of technology, man.
Oh, yeah. There you go, NSA. Next idea for you. Thanks. Make sure to follow.
Please credit. Please give us credit. Just let us see the facility.
Right.
They definitely have like custom software to do that crap, man. Like there was.
Oh, you have to. Yeah. Just from an integer limit perspective, when you're at 1 million terabytes, you'll essentially invalidate any registry you want for indexing.
Well, it's custom all the way through, right? Like there's what's his name? Kim.com.
Yeah.
Do you remember him going crazy and saying like, oh yeah, like they have this thing called X keystroke. And like at that point, I don't think that had ever been disclosed. And X keystroke is their way. So if you're an analyst, right, you're not a computer guy, you work at the NSA as an analyst. It's like your way to basically traverse the data in like an easy, searchable way. So you would go into X keystroke and tap in a bunch of binary search parameters, and it then goes and interfaces with the whatever the heck this thing is, and gives it to you in sort of like not crazy terms. Because it's collating like across hundreds of sources, if not thousands of sources. And I don't know if that ever came out in his court case, but he was like, that is the only way they would have information on me, is if they had this thing. And somebody at the NSA, he must have paid him. He must have paid somebody to give him that info.
Oh, likely, yeah.
Yeah.
So much money.
So much money. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is we're trying to do indications for each one of these workers. And I don't want to make it crazy.
How do you feel about not repeating the label?
So it just says mail check 1 or something? Or
I would just do #1, #2, #3.
#1, #2, #3. Okay. There's got to be some cool way to do this. Like GitHub cold storage project. I've heard somebody talking about something like that. I think, you know what's really crazy? That even today, with all of our technology, do you know what the best way to store something is? The best. You want to guarantee it's available in the future?
Isn't it still tape drives?
Stone.
Oh yeah, true. Good
That's
point.
it. Stone, and don't expose it to the elements. It'll last forever. It's crazy to think about that. Like, if you want something to really last, you stick it in. You get a piece of hard stone like granite, and you just quartz granite or something, and you just write on it. Just etch into it. It'll stay there for 100,000 years, as long as it's not exposed to weather. Just do that. Stick it in a cave. Because something like a tape drive, like there's like all the different things that you could have that are electronic could also get disrupted by what are not like on our scale common events, but on a universal scale or common events like solar flares,
true. Yeah.
pole
Magnetic
reversals.
fluctuations.
Yep. So anything magnet based doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know if we figured out the crystal stuff yet. It'd be crazy if we did, right? If we figured out these crystal things, then we go and we were like, oh man, apparently the Egyptians figured it out too.
Yeah.
like we go put that stuff under a microscope and whatever, the specialized reading device, and we see like,
oh man, and they're just a treasure trove.
They're just
gosh.
information. Yeah.
Oh. Dear diary.
Today I understood everything.
Oh gosh, that'd be a full circle sort. That's like a mind blown National Geographic special waiting to happen.
Yeah, I've always wondered. I've always wondered about that. Like, I don't know if the Egyptians are the paramount society or anything like that.
No, the Paramount Society left a long time ago, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You would never have evidence of that.
Yeah.
It's like we talk about before, like the paradox of like the perfect thief, right? Like you never know. You're never going to know who that is because he's the perfect thief.
Yep.
It's the exact same. What we see is failed attempts at something, but we will never actually see like the true success unless we happen to come upon it ourselves.
But I like, part of me wonders, could it be that the logical conclusion of technology is so close to nature that, because to me that makes sense, that's so close to nature that you wouldn't see it. You could be staring right at it and not realizing you were looking at it.
Well, why would you assume that the apex of technology isn't nature? Like, how do you know that that's not what it is?
I think about that all the time. I
like
really do.
There's the idea, the idea of like the bounding box, like the bounding box theory. There's always a bigger fish type idea.
There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah. So with that line of thinking, if you say the Arthur C. Clarke quotes, like magic and technology, or magic is sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Right. So as far as we're concerned, the way a leaf, for example, forms perfectly every single time is magic. We know how it happens, we know why it happens, we know the purpose for it, but as far as we're concerned, we can't replicate that.
We can't engineer it. Yeah,
right, exactly.
We can't engineer it. Right.
But the fact that they could tells us right there that, hey, that's sufficiently advanced technology.
It's freaky, because like, I don't know how you can argue against this when you look at the progression into the nanoscale that we've had. Give it 1,000 years. Give it 1,000 more years of this. Give it 1,000 years without the planet blowing up.
Yeah.
And we'll be like, why wouldn't you do that? If you had a house, why wouldn't you grow a house? Why wouldn't you convince wood to reform in the shape of a house, or stone to reform in the shape of the house? And there's like all this exotic stuff that we're just now starting to push into, like microchips have turned on this whole idea of using sound to create things. Like that's the only way you can make a microchip. You have to use sound.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a physical. Sound waves are a physical thing. They're actually like touchable. They can alter things.
So I generally do wonder, like, if there would be, in those movies where they show like some power source, it's a crystal or something, and you're like, stupid movie. Like, you generally wonder, like, could it always be mechanical? Does it make sense for it to always be fuel based and mechanical and all these things, or does it at some point make that leap into, like, we have such mastery over physics that we can just sort of do those things?
Yeah, the idea. So we'll talk about power and crystals again. Your barbecue lighter, for example, that clicking noise you hear, it actually has a piezoelectric crystal inside there, piezoelectric quartz crystal. When you pull the hammer, which is why it's a little bit of a struggle, we pull the hammer, and it actually sends a little shock. It sends a little electrical current up 2 wires, which ignite the gas at the top. That's how igniters normally work for like barbecues. So there actually is a little crystal power cell in there. And the way that works, it's piezoelectric, which means you apply pressure and it creates current.
And like watches use that quartz to stay in time, right?
Yeah,
Because they piggyback the frequency and say like,
yeah. So quartz
we know
has
that's vibrating at whatever hertz.
I don't remember what it is, like 35,000 hertz or something.
Yeah, so we can use that
But
to
it's
stay in time.
ridiculously high. Yeah. So a good tuned crystal, which is basically dependent on how it's grown, the structure, the how it's cut, a lot of different things affect that. But that's how your motherboard works, right? Your motherboard essentially has a small little not piezoelectric, but it has a little quartz crystal, which is essentially its clock time. So the CMOS battery is essentially just the sensor that's reading that hertz and keeping that thing in time, so that so that your motherboard knows what sync cycle it's essentially in.
You know what I really don't like about all this though is that makes all those people in Sedona, like they're right. Those crazy Sedona people. They talk about crystal power. Like, yep, they were right the whole time. Who knew?
No, I don't think crystal power can scale large enough for big bursts. Not yet.
Not yet. That's always the caveat.
Could. Yeah, I mean, if we make a really cool superconductor, or like if we can get to like a crazy room temperature style superconductor and use that as a capacitor, then maybe the small little crystal can go into this superconductor, which then amplifies the energy, which then gets stored in a capacitor, and then boom, one little spark spawned off a bunch of little things or a bunch of bigger things. Definitely doable, but almost not quite yet there. Getting there though.
What's our superconductors are what's holding us back, right? Because like the best one that
most
we have,
of it's superconducting. Yeah, it's
the best one we have right now is like not even close to room temp. It's like 260 Kelvin. Right?
Yeah, we're pretty close. I think there actually has been one or two experiments that were able to make a room temperature superconductor, but the cost is not effective enough for it to attempt to scale. So it's a material science thing, basically, is really what we're limited on.
They say that's everything.
Yeah, that's literally the.
Did you watch that Bob Lazar interview?
The which one?
Bob Lazar?
No, not yet. No.
Oh man.
You guys send me a link. I'll watch that crap all day long.
Okay. What? No. It's a hooky one. So you got to keep.
I love the hooky ones, man.
Yeah. So you got to watch him. He went on Joe Rogan, and Bob Lazar was this guy. I'll give you like the backstory, and you just decide if you want to watch it. He was a guy that worked at Los Alamos National Lab. His story is that he claims he was working there. He got some attention because like the local newspaper wrote an article about him because he created a rocket car. He literally took like a Honda Civic or something, strapped a 4,000 horsepower rocket to this thing and drove it around. And this local newspaper gets a hold of it and they're like, that's cool. And he got the attention of some people at Los Alamos. And when he came out of Los Alamos, they offered him a gig through EG&G working at Area 51. He worked there for, I don't know, a year and a half. And he has a whole story on what he did there. But the side story of this is that like he came out and disclosed all this, said he worked on stuff. And they claimed like he never worked at any of these places. And through investigative research, they found out he did. And what they went back and they deleted his degree at Caltech. And like an investigative journalist went out and found all this stuff. And it was like, no, he did go to Caltech. Like he did do that stuff, but they deleted it. They removed it from history.
Yeah, try to wipe him.
Yeah, it's crazy story. So like
it's the clean slate protocol.
Yeah, it's the
act as if you never existed.
Eraser from whatever.
Yeah,
Arnold Schwarzenegger. But this is his story, and he says like, he was at Area 51. He was at this place called S3, which was like some part of Area 51 that's embedded in a mountain top or something like this. And you'd have to watch it because like you have to watch like a lot of his interviews to get the full story. But he's never changed his story in like 30 years.
That's really good. That's hard to do.
Oh, dude!
Even if he was lying, like that's
Joe Rogan.
That's the feat.
It's Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is like he has got a BS meter attached to him. He like.
Oh, he 100%.
He's a comedian, right? So he knows what BS looks like, and
Oh,
he knows what professional BS looks like, and he interviews like thousands of people. And he was just like, I don't think he's telling a lie at all. Like, I think he's telling the truth. And he kind of said like what he worked on there was something that they had recovered from an archaeological dig. They don't know when, and he didn't have like all this information. He just had a very tiny amount of information that he was handed in his compartment. He was basically looking at he called it like a gravity engine. So there's just this little device that generated its own gravity field, and it used a specific type of fuel to do that, and they knew what the fuel was. It was element like 115 maybe, but he said it was a stable version of it. They've never been able to synthesize it stably, and when it was synthesized in a stable form, it had these like exotic properties. So he kind of like doubled down on this story, and they wrecked his life because of it.
Oh, I'm 100% gonna go watch that crap. That's awesome.
You gotta watch it. Yeah.
Oh, I will. 100%.
And like I watched it, and I was like, wait, what now? He worked at Area 51 on UFOs, and he's like, yeah, they have flying saucers, and that they had made them.
So like discovering, like working on something from an archaeological dig that's secret is exactly how the movie Doom basically starts. So I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah, maybe Doom was like soft disclosure. They were like, get the concept out there. But that was, I don't know, it was absolutely stunning to me, because it was like, here's a guy who obviously is really smart. He claims to have degrees from like the MIT Caltech. They completely erase him. He comes out with this story. It's not far-fetched. I don't think that's far-fetched at all. I think it was totally possible that like a probe could have landed here from some civilization 1 million years ago, and like we dug it up one day. We were like, what the heck is this? Like,
yeah.
You know, like, what is this thing?
Or the reverse of that, it was already here to begin with, and the civilization just died out.
Ah, yeah, it could be that too. Yeah, but just like there's some plausibility there. Like it's not crazy, you know, to think that yeah, we might have found some tech, and then we're just sitting here like dummies, trying to figure out how to make it work. Because he said that was what he found out was they essentially like every 8 to 10 years they take this thing out of its they hire people in and try to figure it out and see if the material science is good enough to do anything with it yet, because they really can't harness it. They can't recreate it, so they just have like these working craft that they've kind of like built on top of and made it so humans can be inside of, but that's it. And what's even crazier is he used to take people out there. So the reason this all happened, he disclosed, is because he used to drive people out to the desert on Wednesday night when they did the test flights. He used to drive people out and they'd videotape it. So they have video evidence of this stuff. Because like, yeah, they go fly these things around on Wednesday because that's when the least amount of people are out there. And they caught him one day.
Awesome.
They caught him. And the very next day he went to the news and blurted his whole story out.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
Still could.
It's a cool story. Yeah. And I think he's the only guy I've ever like seen do an interview like that where I'm like, yeah, it's plausible. What do we think about this thing right here?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Question for you from the design perspective. Do you want to number it left to right, or do you want to go up down first?
That's what I'm questioning.
I kind of feel like up down makes more sense because the lines come off the main.
That's the only reason it makes more sense though.
Yeah.
So do we just bring the lines down and then make it like, yeah, let me try that really quick. I don't know if we're going to go deep into like making it.
No, I mean, the number really doesn't matter, but just from a.
Yeah. Like what if there's.
Yeah. I would rather
like
see
a grid, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Problem is now it's like all these things are transparent. So yeah. So it's going to take.
Well, it's not real transparency, but yeah.
Yeah. That's a problem. And we could just sort of do I guess you could grid them out, connect them all together to show that they're redundant. I don't know.
And technically speaking, that's a good way of showing how it's distributed workload too, by having that grid style.
You know what's going to end up happening, right? You know what's going to end up happening? I'm going to animate like 1 pixel dots that go through this system and show you that.
Oh, heck yeah, man.
Let's do it. That'll only take a month. That's cool. Okay, so let's just like play this out a couple ways. So if you had 2 of these, it would look kind of weird. If you had a ton, it's going to look great. So at 2, it doesn't look great. Huh. And let me just fix the colors because we're gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy if I don't get this. Snip it again. $45 billion app. They can't build this feature in. Oh crap! Did it just disappear on me? Oh, it's because it's still transparent. $45 billion. Could you imagine if it was a Illustrator like the cost sheet on some accountant's book somewhere is like $400 billion?
That's so nuts to me.
It's got to be, right? It's not billion, but it's got to be up there.
Oh, it's totally up there.
How many versions in are they?
A lot.
30 versions?
At least.
It's got to be. I think they show the version in
about I think it's under the
24. There are 24 versions
24. Yeah. That's assuming they haven't done any semantic version resets either.
I would assume that they haven't. But I could be wrong. Yeah. I'd assume that they've kept that's the representation of the total version.
Yeah.
Because they do the semantic reset elsewhere. They do that like in the public whatever this is CC 2019 or 2020, right? 24 versions of software, and you see how many people are working on it on that little about screen. It's got to be.
Oh no, it's so crazy.
100?
Yeah.
Credits. Yeah, about 100 people. Oh, it keeps going.
Yeah, no, it goes. It goes for a while.
Yeah, maybe 200.
I think their PM team's like 15 people.
And they're crossed too. So you've got they're like their PM teams, or they have teams that are in India, they have teams that are in San Francisco, and I think they have a team in Montreal, somewhere in Canada.
Can you imagine the hubris in being the UI/UX designer for Illustrator?
Oh yeah, the person's untouchable.
You know what I mean?
You ever seen
that
Bikram?
blows my mind.
You ever seen Bikram from Bikram Yoga? It's that guy.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh,
yeah,
that just blows my mind.
Yeah. How could you get any higher than that?
Exactly. Right. That's the apex move right there, man.
The apex move. You're a peak.
That's the alpha. That's
yeah. What do you do? I tell people how to design things. What do you mean? Oh, I actually tell them.
I literally set the standards that everyone else in the world uses.
Yeah. Those little connector dots are gonna bug me. Let me just. I think there's something wrong with me that I do design this detailed. There's definitely something.
I don't think there's anything wrong. You just like writing yourself a bunch of code tickets. Because the check you're writing right now with some of these layouts is getting a little spicy.
You think this would be bad? I don't think this would be bad.
I don't think this one will be bad, but I think our nice little charting stuff might be a little fun.
What?
This is mainly just flex. This part's not going to be
big flexi boy
bad at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a flex grid. It'll be interesting to see though how we do the connecting lines
between these guys.
No, mainly from the top and down, top and bottom.
From between these things. You're just gonna have one go down like this if the count is something. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Let's get rid of them. Yeah, let's get rid of them. That's gonna be a problem because I don't know.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
From a front end implementation perspective, that's gonna be
that's issues.
That's a spicy check. That's a lot better now. It made it a lot less spicy.
Okay. And let me just tuck these up just a little bit more. That's not too bad. I mean, do I see that they're children of this though? Not really. So there's not like a big indication that these are children. Maybe what I need to do. You know what I'm gonna do, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I saw that one. Angle number 2.
Yeah. This is my style. This is
it's a good style, though. I mean,
yeah. I gotta do this a different way. Let's see. Stroke. There we go.
I used to, when I needed like inspiration and stuff, I would go look up PCB boards that have all nice hard.
just lost you. But
So the
PCB boards.
like motherboards, like old, like larger motherboards where you can see all the like the copper routes.
Oh,
Or, like,
the
the solder.
railways, right? Is that called?
Yeah. So when I wanted to goof around and stuff, I would pick one of those that I liked.
Maybe that's
find
what
a
I'm
picture.
doing. Maybe I'm like
Yeah,
that's what I'm
that's-
thinking of in my head when I do this.
Yeah, that's what I think of when
There must be
anytime I do
some
like the angled
Genesis
connectors.
points. Yeah. Let's see how this looks though. I don't hate it.
I think it's great. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, so we'd pop this back out, or would we just? Why not just continue the line down? You keep trucking.
Yeah, I would continue the line down because that kind of shows the.
Keep on trucking. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now you're deviating slightly from your left side, where the angle connector fits into the box itself.
Here.
Yeah. So you're deviating very, very little, but I think with the open space, I think we can get away with that.
Well, we could just bring this up into this. Hold on.
You could, but I like I said, I don't know.
Look, man, we got.
Yeah, you know what? Try it. We'll try
Yeah.
it and see what it looks like.
Yep. 1000%. That's the thing.
Yeah.
How hard do I want to
Much
make this on myself? Oh, I'm gonna make it this hard. Oh, dang it. Maybe.
I like it.
Maybe. Okay. So then this line keeps on trucking. I wonder, just like in the other one, we did this. Kind of like use the green to bring it down.
Yeah.
What size check am I writing? Let me
I don't think that's too bad of a check.
it's about to be.
Because really, if you think about it, where that angle starts is always going to be the position of that flex box.
Yeah, now you're thinking with angles. Yeah, I mean that's how like, these aren't that hard to do.
Yeah, the issue is when you have an angle that's floating in the middle of something.
Yeah.
But if it's at the 0, 0 position, it's a lot easier to mess with GSL.
Just make sure this is up enough. Why? Why would it give me this illustrator? Okay, I'm just gonna try this. We can undo it. My thought would be to give this like a little bit of an extension from this guy. Well, that's not good, but like less transparent. So it's not floating. Basically, so it's not floating a margin. Let's do this. Go like here. This might not work at all though. As I see it not working at all, I comment. Yeah, it just gets too weird. Okay, I'll just get rid of it. It can just float.
Yeah, I think I like the floating.
Now, is there before now that we've done this, was there any information in here that we may have missed? So, I have the ability to refresh the box, which would just say any services on that box, and it should just restart. So it's like a start proc thing. Then we have reboot, which would just tell that box to cycle.
Yeah, I don't really think you're missing out on anything because you have the scale option on the right for the root, which would essentially adjust the number.
Yep.
So I think for the worker thing, yeah, I think that's probably all you need because you really only need to worry about the overall total.
Yeah, and you would see this, and then you'd start saying, okay, they're all doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. So okay, so I do have one question though. So counsel on the worker mail check 15 cluster, what one am I counseling into? Like, am I counseling strictly just into the root box, or am I?
F me, I don't know.
Yeah.
You caught it, but I don't know. I don't know what it does. There's definitely why don't we go look? I have a cluster, but I don't have a cluster with a lot of things in it. I think I might even have just a cluster with one thing in it.
Yeah, so that's the real question. I want to know if you have a cluster with multiple, what does it shell you into?
Probably nothing.
Or do you get
Hold
another?
on. That's nothing. These things all have individual consoles you can hit, though. Crap.
Right. So the one thing that we're missing here then is console access, but I don't know if that necessarily has to be
Could we do a thing where you hit console and then it says like which one?
right. That's what I'm thinking because we know it's a cluster because of the root node.
Yeah.
So I think if we hit console, then maybe we can do something with that.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be our odd one.
I think that's probably
better than adding a bunch of icons.
Because I think the duplication of buttons is not going to work when you want to add another third button.
Yeah.
I think reboot and power is definitely way more important than just hitting console.
Yeah. The other thing is we don't have log view here, but I guess that's fine. Because we're going to have a whole screen dedicated to logs.
Yeah, I think for that, that'll be the file type explorer where you're on the left-hand side, select what you want, and then pop from there.
And we can always build it into the stats screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see the logs. Interesting question, though. Like, and I think we'll have to work through this more, but like these instance clusters, I actually do wonder if they're represented by a load balancer. I wonder if there is like a balancer right in front of it that's the cluster. And they're actually spinning up two boxes, but they use like the first box or something to do that. Maybe not even two boxes, but you're spinning up one box. They're jamming some sort of round robin load balancing onto it. And then...
Well, I think load balancing on AWS is free.
So you think that they're maybe just... Well,
I think they're literally...
They have to have something that's platform independent. So they wouldn't want a solution that only worked on AWS. Do you know what I'm saying? So they would...
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I wonder if that first cluster instance has some extra tools on it, or they all do, and that's why you would see like these, like, because if I go and open up Nanobox, I will literally see a single host sitting inside of a cluster.
Right.
So it's like, well, what is the cluster then? Right.
The cluster, yeah, okay. So
it's the platform or something, right?
Yeah. So I would guess, yeah, it's probably the platform monitoring style box.
Yeah.
That manages the cluster, which will have the load balancer on that, which makes it platform agnostic.
Yeah. Ginger Chicken thinks that you're saying console every time you're saying console. I agree.
Console.
We got to work on that.
It's my Midwest accent, man.
We all have to have the generic North Atlantic accent. You ever heard of that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like
okay. Speaking of accents, the when you make cereal and you pour the stuff into the bowl,
don't do it.
What's it called?
Milk.
Thank you. Milk. Right.
Milk.
It's milk.
Yeah, with an A.
When you lay your head down at night and you put your head on the object, that's called.
That's a pillow.
That's pillow, right?
You know what really gets me? Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, there's like a weird accent there.
Oh yeah, Pennsylvania.
It's like Pennsylvania, Ohio. They say like Warsher.
Oh yeah.
That's the one. I just can't deal with it. I just can't. I don't know why. My mom's family's from Pennsylvania. I love it. Like, I think it's a cool accent, but I can't deal with it.
From Horse Sauce Town.
Horse sauce?
Yeah, Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to go wash my clothing. And you're like, where'd the R come from, bro? Like, that's even. Okay, so this is kind of good that we had this one here and then we have a second one after it to see what this is going to encapsulate. Like,
and I think that actually looks pretty good.
Step back from it for a second. Yeah. What do you guys think?
I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. Pretty cool. Well, it's about 8:30. Let's take a look and see if did we miss anything. Of course we did. Mail check cron. Nope. Mail heck cron. Let's just look through this. So I'm a little worried about the controls because I think we might have missed one.
Okay. What did we miss?
I think single server, which is like your host instance, like your databases and things, they scale only vertically. So they would have the word scale. Okay. Cluster boxes can go both ways. So I guess we can address that in the scaling screen.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
would
that's
say
not a
that
problem.
the scale is a modal that pops up, and then you can adjust your rules based on the type that you're using.
Okay, this is the thing. When you break components into their own hosts like this,
Yeah.
they can scale or move. That's what it is. It's any of these, now that they're in their own host instance,
Yeah.
and they're their own cluster, you could say, forget that, stick it back inside this thing.
Right.
So they have another button here, scale, and then they have move as a fifth button.
Okay.
We don't got the space for that. We don't have the space for that.
I mean, I would cheat. I would either turn it into like a 2x3 grid, and you can use icons to represent them, which is going to be the fun find the glyph that best represents this.
Yeah, right. I
Or
don't think that's
or you attach the functionality for moving things, like quote unquote the danger zone, if you will, under its own little pop-up. So you hover over danger zone, and then you have your options for scale and move.
I don't think that's danger zone though. I think that's just common activity.
Well, right, but you could, but I'm saying like you nest those two things together, as that actually changes things up. Like that actually is going to affect your bill possibly.
Hmm.
Like clicking console isn't going to charge me money. Clicking stats isn't going to charge me money. Clicking controls isn't going to charge me money.
Okay. So where would that exist? Would we? So I'm just going.
So I would basically replace scale.
Hold on. So you're thinking replace scale.
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't know what the word
put it
would be yet.
into its own piece.
So make scale like
Adjust.
Okay, so hear me out.
Nick had the idea of adjust. I don't know. Well, my worry is that scale is like a word that's pretty easy to understand for people.
Right. So what if we did this? What if we had only 3 text labels at the top in the orange? Scoot them up just a tad if you want to, and then make a little bottom, make maybe like the bottom 20% of that right side box have that blue background as like a button, and that'll be scale/move.
So we use one word. Well, it could be scale/move.
Right.
Scale, move, or both, depending on what it is.
Right. Because if you think about the work process that's going to happen after that, like the flow, you would imagine that you probably might want to do these operations multiple times, right? Like I might want to scale this and move it.
Yeah.
So I think using the same screen to complete those actions probably makes sense.
So then we pop a modal. That modal has this. I have a sketch. It's a great sketch. One of the best. We have this sort of thing where they can select the box, but before this, we can even have a selector to say, are you scaling or moving it?
Right.
This is a whatever. Which one do you want to do?
Right.
And then if they say, I'm scaling, okay, then we have the little things they can nail into it, select the box, select how many that they want. If it's a horizontal thing, okay. And then they can also just say, I'm moving it. And if they're moving it, they would just give them a list of things they can move it into.
Yep. Yeah.
If it's
now from a UI perspective, I don't know if it makes sense to have that as orange text, or if it makes more sense to put scale/move as almost like that blue button style as part of that bottom of the box.
Either way you look at it, you're going to have to cover, like for it, you're going to have to say, on some of these, and you're going to run out of space.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If we use it as the full width, you can probably get away with a little bit of extra space because it'll be its own little dedicated button.
Yeah. We got to come up with a word for that, though. And adjust is close. I don't know. I like scale is the right word for me. Move is a weird word, but it makes sense to me, too.
Well, why don't we just call it scale? And in the selection screen, you'll have the option for move there. Like, do we need to be?
I don't know. Does that make sense to somebody? That's my thought. It's like, does it make sense?
Yeah.
Because what's weird about it is
yeah.
move here could, like, this will be the button. It's like, well, you could move it or you could scale it. Well, you can't. No, I'm sorry. You can't scale it because there's a component. Components don't scale. So if something is just a component, it can't scale. But if it's it's an instance with only one component inside of it, it can do both. And that's sort of like how you would scale these things up. Oh man, this is complex.
Oh, okay. What if we add a down caret next to scale? And when you hover over it, you can alternate between scale and move for the ones that enable it.
Sure.
Is that easier?
Sure. I don't know. Yeah,
I
sure.
mean, because that gets rid of it. Like that gets rid of the need for, because you're only doing one of the things. You're only doing one.
Then we
of
move it
those
to the
actions
bottom,
at it.
right? And we could change
And
the
move it to the
color.
bottom. Put a little caret on it.
Make it a different
click
color.
on it. You get moves, and you see move under it, and you're good to go.
Okay. All right.
I think that's probably gonna be.
I have to take a break.
Yeah.
My kid's going to sleep. I gotta go wish her, like, tell her that's okay to go to bed now, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
You gonna stick around? Are we
Yeah.
are we wrapped up on this, or do you want to do more tonight?
Oh, I'm good. I can do more.
Okay.
It's only 5:30 here, so.
Yeah, it's 8:30 here. Okay, I'll be 5 or 10 minutes. Again, you're gonna be on a hot mic, so.
Yep, gotcha.
All right, see you guys soon. I don't hate this. I think it's weird, but I don't hate it.
Is it just the blue?
Yeah. It's something like it's these shapes is what it's getting me. It looks it's like a little portal. It looks like the side of the Titanic. You know, like it's got these little portholes.
Well, I mean, if they're filling up, it does mean your ship is sinking, so it fits.
Why not add that in? Just that.
True.
The Titanic shows up, slowly fades in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't hate it. I think like the outer way this works is beautiful. Like I think that this is like a really nice kind of representation of your stack. You got your nice controls up here to do things. Yeah. So we're gonna try to get this button on the bottom, right? We'll try that first. Let's try some colors and then we can change the words in a second. We'll try old red. No, it's too close. So it's got to be something that pushes off of the orange. I'm glad Ginger Chicken likes it. Clean but informative. Uh-huh.
That's good. That's good feedback.
Yeah, it's great feedback. We could make it a gradient. No, we can't. Well, you had the idea of pilling this out, right?
Yeah, so Nick was mentioning different options in chat. He had suggested adjust and edit, and I said I think it's too vague for that action.
Mm-hmm.
But then I thought, what if we use the word actions?
No, controls, actions, like those are synonyms. Move and scale. Scale is the right word, right?
Then yeah, if that's the case, let's just stick with scale.
But we also have the word move.
Right, but what's what I'm saying. So if you have the down carrot,
let's go look.
It could be moved.
Let's go look. Let's go steal some stuff from Nanobox. Let's see what they did.
That's a good idea.
Because we're not gonna be able to get away from the fact that this exists. Okay, so this is a primary component instance here. It's a host box. Interesting. They just called AWS1, so they don't even EC2 it in front, which maybe is smart to get rid of that EC2 label. Let's tag app components. Okay, so every single one of these can move because they're just components. You can scale the box or you can move the component. Okay.
So then it looks like there's only one or the other. You'll never actually have an option where you do both, right?
Let's find out. Let's go into something where it was set up. Badger Live right now is spun down, but we might be able to get some information out of it. So the clusters can move and scale. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the host, which that's what I was telling you. Like there's like the host. Those are those little guys underneath, right? Ooh, and each of the hosts have stats, console, and admin. And you only have the option to reboot it. Interesting. But they have their own stats. Dang it.
Man, if we just have the right icons for move and scale.
If we just had these
side
ones.
Side by side.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. But what's his name? Scott or somebody, I think, made these. And I've talked with him, so I don't want to have a bad conversation with him in the future.
No, I totally agree.
Can I just right click and save it? Okay, so in their case, so scales the cluster, and then move. You can either pop another horizontal cluster, which I think is probably wrong, and then you could either push this into its own multi-component host, which is already in, or move it to an existing one. Okay, but it has both. So I mean, that's the problem, is it has both.
Yeah.
That is curious to say. What does the console even go to? Who knows? I guess, yeah, it must be like a parent something.
Oh, you know what I bet it probably does? I bet you the parent aggregates the logs from the children.
Maybe. I don't know.
Managing it, because that's the only way that would make sense. You're essentially the children logs are essentially aggregating up to the parent, and then from there you can grep out whatever you need.
Okay. Well, that's a problem for another day.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that.
This
right
is
now.
probably why they went with like this long area for the buttons.
right.
Yeah. So, okay. Move or scale. Move or scale. It's got to be both. You got to have both. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But that's only for clusters though, which
Why
is
do we?
good.
Yeah, like why do we have 5 buttons there? Because we have stats. So our idea would be, but up here, look, you have 1, 2, 3. But we don't have components. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it goes to 5 up here, but they also have platform. No, we need it. We need to figure this out. Dang, man.
What if you just do an S and an M, and on the hover you get the full word?
You want to put S and M next to each other? Put a plus in between it?
Well, I would put it. I would take. So let's try this on
How about
one
an
panel. So
ampersand?
no, let's not add that one. No, I'm thinking we'll do.
Why don't we
like the
Google that
bottom.
real quick to just see what comes up?
Yeah, don't do that. Man, I need damn icons. That's what I need.
Put a square marker in.
Yep, I saw that. I caught it. My bad.
Okay.
That's a tough one though. Move and scale.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it wouldn't be tough if we had 5 buttons. So maybe before we start changing all these things around, what would happen with 5 buttons, right?
Yeah.
Would we be in the territory of like there's too much? Why am I doing it there? Yeah. Let's double this. Let's just move this around for this guy.
What's the font size on that?
10 pixels.
Oof.
It's at the bottom. How is move just as wide as scale? That's weird.
That M, man.
Big boy.
Oh yeah. M's and W's are normally the worst offenders.
Oh, it's so tight.
That's a tiny hitbox.
Yeah. That's gonna there's somebody out there with a trackball who's gonna just be like, what? I can't. Okay, so Ginger Chicken said, what about an other more with a menu with scale move options? I think we've lost at that point. Once you start doing that, you've lost.
Okay. So what of these can we actually think of icons outside of scale and move?
Console.
We have an icon for console.
Stats.
We have an icon for stats. And what about controls?
What does controls do? Controls is where you tuck in, reboot, refresh. And again, so hold on a second. Just so I can not make this mistake, we're going to... Apparently these things don't have the ability to do anything but boot up. So we can get rid of, what are we thinking? What are you thinking?
Well, that's good. That actually solves your console problem, though. If you want to console into one, you can replace that with the console icon.
I wish you had said that 2 seconds ago. Let me just go back. Dang it.
Wait, can you do a quick replace?
No.
Oh.
No, I mean, I wish I could, but you can't. What is our console button? Is that it? No, that's open up code. No,
I think that's
open code, yeah. It's definitely on a screen close to us here. Maybe not. We're deep into the design.
Well, the console icon, I think that one's actually a universal icon.
Right here.
Yeah. So what you could do is you could have the top part of that right panel where you have the orange labels right now. The top portion could be 3 of the icons, which would be console, stats, and controls. And then you can list out just the 2 options that are left, which is move and scale. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Hold on. Why are we working with so little space?
I mean, you can blow it out a little bit to the left, but I don't know how that'll.
Okay. So like you're making some sense, right? Like the controls. Okay, what are the full list of controls? Hold on. They'll be like the admin. So reboot, delete. Oh, here's the full list: refresh, reboot, update, manage. Let me write that down. I have something in my head. Like, what if we can remove some of these, create like it's a control panel that's always exposed, give it a little more space, take the buttons so they're not running vertically and run them horizontally.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm deep in the design mind now.
No, totally get it.
You ever see that movie with who's the guy in it? Who's the guy from the German guy from Inglorious? Can't say it on stream. Turds.
Oh yeah, Hans something.
That's just your Hans something.
No, I hold on. I'll find it. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, find him. Look up his IMDb page.
We are talking about Christopher Waltz.
Hans, you racist.
Well, no, Hans is his name in the character in the movie. Hans Landa.
Okay. All the Germans are just Hans or Fritz or something.
So true. Yeah, Christopher Waltz is who we're talking about.
Okay. So Christopher Waltz, he did a movie a few years ago. See if you can find it. I'll just look up his IMDb. What am I doing?
I'm already on it.
I don't think I could describe it. I'd have to see the title.
Good luck looking at the titles from 2007 and 2006 and understanding what they say.
The Zero Theorem. You ever seen this?
Yes. Have
you guys in chat seen this? It's amazing. It's like the weirdest movie. Who's the director on this? Terry Gilliam. So Terry Gilliam is a weird guy, right? And he does weird movies. And he do Enter the Void. Is that him?
No. Which one?
Maybe not. But he does weird movies like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. And he's just like a weird guy. He has like weird Brazil. One of the weirdest movies ever, Brazil. You should totally see this movie if you're into. It's about this guy who's a computer programmer, but like in the future, programming computers is real weird because it's like so abstract, and like the computers are doing majority of the work, and all you're really doing is sort of like moving blocks, finding patterns that they can't find, and that's sort of what I'm thinking about right now, as my brain is sort of becoming the design that I'm working on, and it's just. I'm going down that road, man. It's happening. I'm in it. I'm in the Matrix. But that was such a stunningly weird movie, right? Like, I don't know if you watched that and thought that same thing of like, is that going to be our job someday? Is that going to be how it's going to be? Eventually, right? It will be that. It'll be like this sort of super weird abstraction.
Oh, yeah. Tau is a pretty good one. Tau is a good one. Basically, he's using brains to program AI.
Tau?
Tau, T-A-U. It's a Netflix movie.
Same thing, though. It's like the same idea.
Yeah, it's the same idea, yeah, where you're doing it organically almost to design and program stuff, which is crazy.
And, like, is that going to be where it goes? Maybe.
I don't see why not. I mean, you can go wherever you want it to go. It's going to depend on
once you get
crazy
to that,
ideas.
Once you get to that point, right, aren't the computers those computers, aren't they eventually going to be able to figure things like interfaces out better than a human can, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think my whole shtick on it is why would you need to have a computer if you're at that level when instead you can just modify your own brain to do that stuff? Does that make sense?
That makes too much sense.
Yeah. Like if you're at that point of sufficiently advanced tech to where you can program an entire universe essentially, like, okay, well, cool. Well,
you're freaking Mr. Blue guy from the Watchmen.
Yeah, from Watchmen.
Yeah, and then it's just the interface, right?
Yeah.
Once the interface is there, just create your own reality and have it optimize your brain. Oh, no. I don't like the future. I think about that sometimes, man. Like, you can see
Can
it
you
right.
imagine exposing port 80 in your brain to like your friend to share something?
Oh, so Elon Musk wants to do that.
That's so crazy
He's
to me.
deep. He is deep into the autism. Like at this point, he's just gone down the path, man. And he just wants to see the end of it. He wants to see what's on the other side with was it neural link?
Oh, for sure.
And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? You became the villain in the story.
yeah. Oh man, you know what really hits that idea home? Transcendence. That's the movie.
I haven't seen it.
Dude, you got to see that.
Okay. Transcendence. How much room for activities? I'm gonna try 3 taps,
It's on Netflix too, by the way. So boom.
4 taps. Let's just see how that looks. I think we can do it.
Yeah, I think that's.
And now we've got
spacing.
all this space over here to lay icons and.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
did we ever decide on the labeling mechanism? Are we instituting a character limit? Like if it's worker dot longest name possible, what are we doing? Are we just gonna
Trunk it.
Are we gonna ellipse it? Trunk the dang thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, trunk, maybe 20 will be the limit and just called trunk. And we can always I would say we could do something like this. Buy ourselves some more characters. Looks a little weird though. There's stuff we could do, you know.
Yeah, I think trunking it's probably better. Or if you want to get fancy,
It's probably not even gonna be a trunk. It's gonna be it'll be like yeah. We could probably there's stuff we can do too. Is I don't know how much of this we want to do. I don't think you could do it in CSS very easily or very reliably, but we could do it JavaScript and resize based on container.
Yeah, you could totally do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So then this would just start getting smaller all at once. Yeah.
Well, I think you can do that in CSS. I think font size supports calc.
But will it be funky? Well, I guess you can max size it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're
I
CSS
think
wizards.
Well,
We're
plus
CSS
we'd
wizards.
likely be doing like
Don't
a
worry about
preprocessor anyway, like SAS.
We'll cast some CSS spells on this.
Yeah.
Okay. So control wise, we have a max of 4, so we should probably design for 4 first. But we can get some insight into what the controls would actually be, right? Because we have a platform here. This platform doesn't have any images in it. Let's go find one that would have an image in it. It's just their base platform. I feel so dirty doing this. Thanks for figuring everything out, boys. So it's got the delete, and it really just has reboot. So it really doesn't have a lot of options. It just has a reboot. What's interesting here is that they labeled into this. So you have your button label, and then they have explanation because you have to be fairly verbose. So that's just one button on a host container.
Right.
That's a huge button.
Why is delete grayed out? Like, is that not an option? Do you have to do something special?
Yeah, you got to go through and you hit a component. And the component doesn't even have the option to delete, I don't think.
Huh.
See?
Okay.
And then you head off. You head off screen. And then there's a delete here under danger zone.
Gotcha.
Crazy, right? So it's like the delete.
Oh, I love that. I like that danger zone.
Yeah, it's cool, right? I don't want to do this because I think it would delete it. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I think ours is better with the bears.
Oh, I think our pattern for danger zone's great.
Yeah. Dangerous thing, I know. So let's get rid of controls and let's start working this in. So we have a console, a scale, and stats on a big boy box. And this is essentially it might just be this, right? We just have to match whatever the heck they have because their CLI and whatever is going to dictate these actions.
Right.
We're not coding any of this stuff. Okay, so we need reboot, stats, scale, console. Console we have an icon for. Reboot we can write out. Yep. And then if we have all this extra room though, couldn't we let's grab the font awesome icon. So there's reboot. I should have grabbed both. I didn't.
Yep. definitely should have grabbed both.
There's a console.
And we have a stats icon too, correct?
Nope. We can get one.
We don't have a stats icon. Okay.
And like, I don't think it's gonna look very good with Font Awesome, but
Oh, true.
because it's not gonna alias correctly. We'll just grab it. I think it will. Like the Font Awesome deployment is pretty good, but it's pretty bad in Illustrator. But they have a little like statty looking thing. Where is it? Find the icon.
Play and find the icon.
Until I don't believe AI exists until I can say, give me an icon from Font Awesome, and it's the one I want.
So true.
Like it's not this. It's not I'm making money stats, is it? No. It could be that, but that's kind of weird too.
Oh, hey, how about let me see. 7th or 8th row towards like the 70% mark. Use like a little bar chart.
This guy? This guy. That's the guy. That's the one we want. Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking that, yeah, that's the one.
Okay. So we have reboot console thing. Let's right align these. This might be a bad choice. Let's label. This spacing is never easy to get right. It's their power cycle, Nick. The stat icon is so big.
Yeah. Aren't we using reboot icon elsewhere though? And
No.
I thought we used the little refresh symbol for restart.
No. That's it. We use there is refresh. There is that little refresh thing. We have it over here. So like you can refresh the box. Your local box.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And we could do the little power button there too. It might make more sense to carry it through like that. Yeah. We'll just change that really quick.
Yeah, I think that's probably smart.
We're establishing a design language. Don't want to start changing up on people. That's the like only freaking symbol in the whole project. A smarter man would have symboled everything and not had this problem.
If it makes you feel any better, when I first started messing around with Illustrator, I didn't even know symbols were a thing.
Yeah,
so,
it's hard. It's hard to stay on top of that, but it's like it's sort of like you know a lot of times you don't need it, but when you use it for an entire project, it's gonna be the best. Like you'll
absolutely. Yeah.
If these were all symbols and we were just sort of like dropping them in and yeah. Okay, what is going on here? Ooh, I have ideas. What if we take this? We make like an icon tray. This might not work. We're trying it, but it might not work. Make this little icon tray that's like a little bit darker. I think this might help us fit more stuff in here.
So, real question. If we're establishing a language with these icons, do they need labels?
Yes. People are stupid.
Fair.
Yeah, you can try all you want to not label things, but you can put the most obvious label on something and someone's going to say, well, I don't know what that means. And not so much that they're stupid, it's just that it's not like we have international, symbols that make sense. They try it all the time. People try to make international symbols for things it never holds.
Yeah, we have policies on our work for when we do documentations and stuff for what symbols we can and can't use.
Really?
For that exact reason. Yeah, like a mailbox, for example. We can't use a mailbox because that's not something that's globally recognized because not everyone has mailboxes.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about that too is like there's some symbols that people recognize universally. But they're not usually like visual. They're usually like Jung talked about it. Carl Jung. He talked about how there's sort of like this archetypes. You recognize archetypes and that's universe. That's fairly universal.
Yeah.
And he spent the better part of the second half of his life trying to figure that out. And he went off the deep end. He never published on it until he was like super
iconography
old.
is a huge thing. That's a whole.
I mean, he would talk about like that they exist, right? These archetypes exist, and everybody just accepts it. Like the one of his examples would be like the loving mother. Everyone knows what a loving mother should be. They know what that ideal should be. And that's just built in. And he thought that people had. Oh, it gets into crazy stuff. He thought that people had a shared consciousness. They called it like the something or another. I wish I knew the name of it because that would make for a better retelling of this. But he sort of would say like, yeah, there's sort of like things enter into this and they don't tend to come out. So like once enough people think a thing, it becomes that thing, like a meme, just like a meme, where it just becomes this way to communicate without having to use words or anything else, just emotional communication.
The objective psyche.
That's what he called it?
That's what he called it.
There was something else he called it. What was the thing that, if you know about this, what is the thing that he called like the underpinning, the transit? Because he didn't publish on this until he was like an old man that nobody would argue with. But like he had something figured out. It wasn't the Akashic records, no, that's somebody else. But it was something like the ethereal plane.
Yeah, he also talks about like genetic memory.
That's what yeah. But the ethereal plane is what he called it.
Yeah.
He said that like when your brain communicates there all the time.
Yeah, it's like the consciousness equivalent of like quantum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which I think if you think about it makes sense because if we proved quantum entanglement exists, we can pass data like that now. So
it's just crazy, because like they have all these examples of it with paleontology. There's this like crazy thing called the 100th monkey syndrome, where I wish I knew more about this, but essentially like it came as a result of seeing the invention of fire everywhere in the record. So like monkeys across the planet figured out how to make fire all at once, like within a very short span of time. And they weren't like communicating this. It just sort of entered into the consciousness all at once. So they see that. Yeah.
That's the spooky magic right there.
That's the spooky magic. Yeah.
It's almost like the whole Darwin thing with like the Galapagos Island study.
What's that?
There's a bird study, I think it was. He spent so much time studying birds on one specific part of the island to see how they change over time because they have no prey in this part, whereas the other birds on the other side of the island have the prey that they have to worry about, so they have to develop different traits. And if I remember correctly, he ended up finding out that traits that were needed developed on both sides only that trait was really necessary for one side to survive.
Yikes.
So it kind of plays into that a little bit.
Yeah, how does that happen?
I don't know. That goes back to that 100th monkey thing.
The only theory I ever heard that like to me was like it didn't involve spook. So if you leave the spook off the table, was that there was this guy, this biologist who was like, it's the sun. The sun does it. It's the only explanation is that the sun must irradiate, like universally irradiate, and then in that irradiation, there's some sort of data contained within it that causes a mutation to take place across continents. So
the sun is the brain. That's basically what we're.
Yeah, like those old timey folks had it right. worshiping the sun. But yeah, that was essentially the idea that he had, and he was like very, hesitant to be like, this is what's really happening. He's like, it's a theory that the sun could be transmitting some sort of like not really transmitting intelligently, but like there's a bunch of solar radiation that hits. That solar radiation is the only, or cosmic radiation is affecting the development of animals right across the board. And because it's a universal change, you get really quick, like, okay, is this going to work or not for this next, the next generation of offspring?
Right. And you can even, if you want to add a little bit more to that, you can even take that theory and try to think of the source of where that comes from, right? So there's this particle that we believe to exist called tachyons, right? Are you familiar with tachyons?
I've watched Star Trek.
Particle. Yeah, exactly. It's a supposed particle that can travel backwards through time, like ripple effect type stuff. So then the next question is this data coming from something that's sent back, which is necessary for that specific species to survive down the road?
Dude, the creepiest thing about that, though, the tachyon stuff. Have you ever seen the Stanford consciousness theory or experiment? Yep. That is the creepiest thing. So Stanford invested a lot of money into this, and they still have programs that run. They have the EGG program, which is the Global Consciousness Project, where they put random number generators everywhere across the planet. There's hundreds of them. And every time a big event occurs in the world where a lot of people will be paying attention to it, these random number generators, they move, I think, away from randomness. Like, they move away from randomness, which is crazy. And then every time that, like, the normal background is just, like, super random. So that means the more people think about one thing at one time, the less random the world becomes, which makes sense.
Yeah, it totally does make sense.
The available options get smaller.
And the entropy is decreasing at that point. You're essentially forcing the entropy to be contained, which then operates the gold path, if you will. Like it clears the loop.
And it measurable, though. It's the fact that that's measurable is insane. Yeah. So just through random number generators. And the other one they did, which I thought was equally stunning, was that they had done this causality experiment to see if there was, and it's still going on. They still do this. You go make $50 and go do this, experiment at Stanford. Well, they'll basically sit you down in a room, and you are given like a test, and then you do the test. And for 50% of the people, they'll tell you the answers afterwards. So they'll tell you like how you did and what the correct answers were. And they find that if they tell you the answers afterwards, you score significantly better on the test. Figure that one out.
Oh, that's goes back to that tachyon thing, man.
Yeah. And so they might be, they're sort of like, just like with the Higgs boson, you have an idea that it's there until you see it. So it's a matter of seeing.
And then we found it, which was awesome.
Right. But I think something like the Higgs boson is like, I think that's less impressive because it's just a matter of resolution with the Higgs boson.
Yeah, it's a perspective scale.
Yeah. So I wonder with tachyons or with what is this? I'm looking for a button for scale. With tachyons or with whatever, gravity would be another one, right? It's like
gravity. We still don't really understand how it works. Like it's still considered a theory.
We haven't witnessed it. We don't know what it is yet. Yeah. It's not really. I mean, it's a strong theory, but.
Yeah. Well, most stuff is considered theory in science until disproven. Very few things actually are considered laws, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, dumb question. For scale, what about if we use like the cellular wireless bar icon? And then we can use that as move.
Yeah. Okay. Well, move. There's a better one. I mean, there's like a.
Oh yeah, the crosshair hands or the crosshair arrows.
Yeah, we'll just pull him out.
Yeah.
It actually that looks like a Templar cross. I'm cool with that. If we can get some Templar energy in here. Big Templar energy. All right, so move you're thinking is like the Wi-Fi bars.
Cellular. So third row,
right there.
First icon.
Perfect. It just hurts me so much that these aren't pixel locked. Okay, so we've got icons now, and I think that does look better, but we still have the problem of like move and scale, but I think this is a better starting point. to solve it?
I would agree.
You think it's hard to differentiate the stats and scale icons now? Okay, so we're probably going to do. I think you're right. Equation Child, thanks for chiming in. We're probably going to have to color scale differently, anyways, because it's sort of a big action. So we might do something like that. I know the icons are a little tight, but why is it wanting to line up like that? You dummy. You stupid alignment thing. Because I wonder, do you just, like, can you do... Oh, this is going to actually become a problem. Because this reboot, on other things, remember there were 4. So if we had to have 4 of these, we're in trouble. It's going to
That's why I was asking if the labels were necessary, because then we can make a top row and tile those out.
Okay, so what if we... Let's just play with that, right? What if we got rid of all the labels? I mean, you bring up a point. I mean, if you're making... But I think it's always... This is always danger zone. My wife, she's the test. And she's actually gone into companies, like, and gotten their whatever, little bit of money, where they say, like, they need user experience testing. She'll go do that crap. She just loves to do it. And she'll come out, like, she'll go and do a test, and they'll be like, we need to go back to the drawing board. Because she's sitting there like, I don't know what this does. I don't know what this... They're trying to, make that slick UX. And she will just sit there and make them second guess everything.
Right, but in most... So even in general web dev, though, most buttons that are icons have a label attached to that as a hover.
Yeah.
So I think if we use that type of thing...
Yeah, okay, though. No, I think you're right. No, I think you're absolutely right.
Plus, that gives us the chance to give any little extra information that we might want to as well.
Yeah. No, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. So we'll put, like, we'll have one row here. That's your, that's going to be your actual controls. We'll put how about stuff that, like, opens a new page? Console? Is there anything else? Because now that we have all this room, we should just double check. Platform. Although that just sort of shows you what's inside of it. I don't know why this is here. I've never used it. Admin, which we've got. We're just going to put those buttons in the top. Console, which just runs a console. Or it really, in our app, it's just going to run a console here. It just gives you that. Scale and stats. Yeah. So stats and console are the two that are always going to be there. And then it might be scale or move. Okay. So we'll give scale its own row, and stats and console will sit above it.
Yeah, and you can keep the label for scale and move since it's its own own thing.
Right? Yeah, because is there going to be enough room? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So we have stats. I'll make these a little bit bigger. Oh, it's just so bad. I can draw that icon in 2 seconds, but I'm not going to. We're going to live with our choice. Okay, so that comes down here, and then does the bottom grouping here, like, that's going to be its own sort of backgrounded thing, right? And then this is danger zone, right?
Yeah, that's the danger zone. That's the, hey, you're about to cause billing changes.
It looks like a flag for a nation that no longer exists.
It totally does. It totally does.
Because they made bad choices when they were doing this. That might not be the way to do it. So let's just get rid of that.
Well, I don't think the danger zone is necessarily clicking that specific button. The danger zone is on the modal when you're confirming it. That confirm is what really is the hey.
It'll be in the
sure?
it'll be in the next thing. So then it's just a matter of getting a grid here for these icons, and that's
Correct.
all it is. Yeah. Okay. This looks a little weird. Now, before we go any further, we know that can go up to 4 buttons up here. So we might as well design for that. Jeez, these are going to be so funky. Okay, so they like the... Let's see. I wrote down those buttons a second ago. I gotta go find it. They kind of liked doing funky, like really detailed icons for this stuff. I think we might have to like roll our own little icon pack for this.
I think that's fair.
So refresh, reboot, update, and manage. So manage, what does that even do? That takes you off screen to something like what? I don't even know. We'll put it there, but I think we might have one too many icons. So reboot, refresh, update. Why would you need to update? You think it's like, why would you need to hit that button?
Well, what's it do in Nanobox? What's the actual action that's firing when that happens?
They have a description for it. Didn't really make sense to me. Let's read it. Rebuild containers with the latest stable images. Oh,
okay, yeah. So if it's a base change. So if there's a core change in like the OS or something.
Yeah. But wouldn't you have specified?
It's not necessarily app code that's changing. That is the system update.
Yeah.
So that's probably more like the patch type stuff.
Yeah. So that doesn't fire automatically. You would just have to be aware that something was patched out.
Yeah. So like
you're in a major version, right? You're in a major version, Postgres 9.3, and then you just want to stay in that major version.
So that's a danger zone button.
Is it?
Yeah, because think about it. If
something
something
gets
deprecated,
it's just doing it.
Right, but if something gets deprecated,
look at it go.
That's terrible. That's so bad. I'm really surprised that they allow that. They might only do that for minor versions, though. They might not let you.
Yeah, I think it's just updating within 9.5 stable. So
gotcha. Okay. That's okay. But that can totally kill an entire thing if something gets deprecated out.
Some Mirrored Byte says that could cause a system crash. Yeah. But do they deprecate inside of 9.5? No. They deprecate in 9.6.
That's what I'm saying. Semantically speaking, that you don't deprecate in patches. You deprecate in major version changes.
Yeah. So I think it's fine.
Yeah. So then that's fine. So it's not a danger zone. So then the question there is,
why do you put it there?
Right. If it's like a patch, then why don't you just do it automatically?
Yeah. And like, is there a way that when we deploy it, we can keep track of, like, is this okay? Let's just hold on. Let's open up a box file, right? And see how you declare these things. This doesn't have a box file. Well, Mirrored Bytes, these are major engines. So don't think of the crazy people jamming up packages in NPM. Think about the guys that run MySQL and Postgres and Ruby. I think that across major softwares like that, like they probably do follow. They probably have.
They got it.
Because this is like, they're being used by enterprise. So Dingleberry React, what's that project? Oh, I remember. Don't open that one up. So that one. All right, so in the box file, you specify a runtime of 243. Yeah, so you're really not getting that far into that. For the images, I mean, this is Postgres 9.5. However, Redis, we didn't specify a version, so it's latest. That's a little scary. Let me see if a danger zones me on Redis.
Yeah, I think the danger zone is going to be anywhere we're not specifying a version, because then that update command would essentially could very well do
just going. Redis latest. Doesn't care.
Oof. That's scary. Well, we should put a danger zone on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a danger zone button, I think.
It was just going to 3.1. That's nuts. I don't think that's Redis 3. I think that's Redis 2. So it was about to move up a major version.
Oh, you are moving up a major version right now.
Crazy. No, sorry, I
no
turned it
going
off.
back on that one.
I hit cancel. So then the question becomes like, is this where this sits? I don't think so. I think what we do is we accommodate that in the app. We can keep track, I'd imagine, of whatever the heck version it is somewhere. We can show that there's a discrepancy between the versions. Let's see. So this is deployment. How about components, right? So you go to the components page. We can maybe keep track of it here. And say like if the component when you provisioned it was whatever, now it's changed. Do you want to update it? It could even be a full-on thing that we keep track of somewhere, right? Like that makes more sense to me. That we're keeping track of it just like somewhere in the UI. Because it's kind of important to be able to do that. Would it be under deployments? Let's see. Do we have room for it on that screen? But it would essentially pop a whole another screen that said, here's all the stuff that's all, you could update. So Mirrored Bytes asked,
technically speaking, does it make more sense to just have a separate menu item as updates? And only show it if there's actually updates?
Like over in the sidebar here on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like if you think about like Discord notifications, right? Like how you get like that little red circle with the number in it when you have notices.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't show up.
I mean, it does. It does live under deployments. That's my thought would be is like if you had deployments that are out there, that's when we know that these things have been set in stone. In Mirror Bytes, you had asked if a rollback function would be useful. Yeah, we have one. So we have a deploy history that includes rollbacks. Although I'm not sure this would. Yeah, I think it would. You could just redeploy whatever the last one was, because the boxes are ephemeral. When they provision, they'll get the latest status. Yeah, the latest stable, anyways. Because that's part of how it works. Is it goes out and grabs all the stuff it needs. So really, it only gets set in stone when it hits these things: the remote deployment, staging, or production. So if that's the case, then do you just have? Yeah, you have a button up top that says updates, and you light it up if there's updates.
Yep, I think that's the best way.
Yeah. Okay. So it's up here. Just add more buttons. So that pulls it out. That's good though. And you would want those in a list, right? Because you probably want to selectively pick what you're updating.
Yeah, I would probably say a list because then you can select specific ones.
Yeah.
Because you might not want to do all at the same time.
Just do them all. Just do it live.
Yeah.
Just roll it, man. Sometimes you got to roll the hard 6. Just see what happens. My favorite icon for the updates is our present. Just put that little box there. I don't know. Was it a star? I don't know. It's a star. We're gonna go with a star. I don't see where else we would use. Oh, it's horrible looking. I take it back. Looks like a child. Is there a package with a bow on it? Birthday cake. Done.
No, how about a bell?
A bell? What's a bell do? Why is a bell
like
an
notification?
update? Oh, come on. I'm going to do a logo for a butcher. It's going to be a steak. That's what he makes. He makes steaks.
Oh.
It's gonna be a fork because you put the stuff in your mouth.
Well, they're actually isn't there like an actual update thing? Isn't it like the bottom bracket with an up arrow above it?
Is that what it is?
I think that's what the general symbol is for updates.
Sure.
Let me look.
How about just an arrow going up? That works.
That'll do.
And since this is like a thing, you probably want to highlight it. That's not the right color. I'm afraid, like, I am literally afraid to update anything. Once it hits prod, I'm done. Like, it's working. Security problem? I don't care. If I update it, it's done.
You and me both.
It's the worst. That's like your whole weekend gone.
I have an EC2 box that I'm do a little sidebar project on, and it's still on like the 2016 Amazon image.
Perfect.
I'm not touching that damn thing. That's too much for me.
I think the last time I did like our update, that I just was like, I better do that one. It was like the Heartbleed. It's like I better go catch that one. That seems a big deal.
Yeah, no, it'll catch it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's CPU vulnerability stuff, that's
a bit scary. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like I might want to pay attention.
Like it can do what now? It could just goes right in there. Like you could just bypass things, go right in. Okay, that's a problem.
So get this. So you know what NetSparker is? Like a security scanning tool.
No.
It's basically a security scan tool. It's like a pen test tool. We always get tickets at work on all of our projects that says we have out-of-date versions of jQuery. It's a vulnerability. We have to patch it.
Okay.
You know how easy it is to just upgrade your version of jQuery from. Does that break anything? It's just never.
Do you know what I've been noticing a lot, man? Is like jQuery gets the most crap. It used to be PHP, but now it's jQuery. jQuery has become the thing that gets the most crap, and I don't think it deserves it.
No, I agree. I think jQuery is great. I think it's great, but it's heavy. It's a heavy library.
Heavy in what universe?
Right. Well, heavy as in like it's just a lot of extra stuff you might not necessarily need for it.
Okay.
Like I could write like a hide function in vanilla JavaScript that outperforms jQuery. Right?
Maybe.
That's totally doable.
The problem is
you totally can.
Maybe. I mean, the problem is that jQuery, they have engineers that like there's people on that making it better.
Right. Exactly.
Right? And I think people forget about that. They forget about that jQuery is not like a static thing, that those functions behind the scenes get updated all the time. So like, vanilla JS does it better now. But jQuery is eventually going to they're not going to do it better than vanilla, but they're going to get as close as they can. Like I remember there's some stuff that jQuery still does better.
Yeah. Certain actions. Yeah. They can absolutely up.
Like doing a rate traversal, like inside of it, like is a breeze. Doing like anything that's got to do with a for each, it's a breeze, because jQuery could they have that crazy amount of code behind it that you could do it in vanilla. You could do whatever you want in vanilla. It's built on vanilla, right? But like why would you? That's my biggest question to you. Is like, why would you write these things if you just have like a dollar sign you can throw up and do it?
No.
What do we do? We're looking for a manage button, but I'm trying to think too. Do we need the manage? So manage. If I hit this, oh, that's my database password. Okay, hit a marker on that one. Let me just take that off screen. Change that real quick. That's what happens. You see your evars.
Yep.
Okay, 1 second. Oh, it's an internal IP. You wouldn't be able to hit it. Good luck. Generate the evars again. Oh, geez, there's just more of them. There's just more of them flying down off the screen. Clip it. Don't clip it. It's a 192 address. You're just going to hack into yourself. Okay. That should do it. All right. Well, it's an alpha. If it gets hacked, it gets hacked. Like GDPR be like it might come after us. Dang it. So that's what that does. It shows you your credentials, which is probably not stupid. So you could probably do that in a hover or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna use like credential viewing inside of the MAGA framework, it's definitely got to be a hey, click it once and then click again to make sure that you actually want to see this.
Yeah.
Not just what's this button do, and then hey, look.
Well, I'm blown away that wasn't hidden behind another click.
Yeah, true.
You know, that's a pretty dumb move. Like,
and what's funny, they don't even like tell you in the little tooltip this has credentials. It just says connection details.
Yeah.
That could just mean what? I mean, that's could be an ODC string for all I care.
Yeah. It's not gonna be fun to store this stuff. Okay, so manage needs to stay in there. What is this icon they use for manage? It's like, what is that, a volleyball? I don't know. So really, it's really just details and things. It's information on the server stack. So I would go with an I, just the letter I with the whatever. We use it up here for the same type of thing.
Yeah, I would agree.
We use it for DNS. Just use the same deal.
What if we use an actual I with like the little privacy symbol?
No. It's veto. It doesn't look good when it's small.
Put the Illuminati sign in there. That'll be the one you want.
The Illuminati sign, a 33.5 degree triangle.
It's the secrets.
Yeah. I watched a really convincing thing on YouTube once by a guy that was probably real crazy, called "Secret Hidden in Plain Sight." It's pretty good. He gets into all the architecture and all that stuff, and shows how Masons basically built the country, and gets into all that kind of wacky stuff. He's like showing Washington, D.C., and he's like, yeah, it's 33.5 degrees. That's 33.5 degrees. That's a Mason number. 16 and a half degrees. And 33 degrees, because they have 33 degrees in their whatever right. Yeah.
It reminds me of the number 23.
What's that?
It's a Jim Carrey movie. It's basically about the number 23. I mean, that's how it's a common occurrence. Like, you know how people see meaning in numbers? It's kind of one of those, but 23 happens to be one of those numbers that pops up more often than not.
Okay.
So, like 23 already is special in itself because it's like a prime, right?
You say right like I know things.
Certain dates and whatnot, or
you know what primes are,
it.
right? You know.
Yeah, prime number. Prime number is a number that's only divisible by itself.
Why is that important though? I don't get it.
It's a magic number because there's a theorem. There's a, the P equals NP thing. Have you heard of that before?
Dude, you're way.
Oh, okay, I'm about to blow your mind right now.
Yeah.
Then, so there's a complex theory in math, which is about, is it computationally possible? I'm trying to remember if I can word this the right way, to solve a very complex problem first, or is it better to start at the answer and you work your way back to the problem? It's kind of like what comes first. Do you actually get the answer from the computation, or can I start at the answer and arrive at the problem faster? Does that make sense? Hold on, I'll find it. There's a way back.
So you're trying to you're saying we need to calculate pi. Would that be an example? And you would start at we don't know what pi actually is, but we can calculate a bunch of examples to figure out what pi is. I don't get it. I know something like that where it's for space exploration. They say sometimes, well, I don't think it's even like it, but for space exploration, they say it's sometimes if they have deep space, it's better to wait until the propulsion technology gets better than to launch a mission today. Yeah, exactly
right. So the P equals NP thing, or P versus NP, I shouldn't say equals. Mathematicians will destroy you for that. It's about, if I can solve a super complex problem and I can verify it quickly, can I just mean I just can solve it faster as well? Like if I can verify that answer just by plugging it into the problem, verifies fast, right? Because you know the answer. But now, does that mean can you solve it faster as well? It's one of the 7 Millennium Prizes.
How much money's on the
Institute.
How much money's on the
$1
run?
million.
That's it.
$1 million for the first correct solution, because it's one of the largest problems in computer science.
Now, how do you exactly provide a correct solution on something like that?
Well, it's the idea here is that you can develop an algorithm to solve the problem that's faster than what it takes to actually verify the answer. By doing that, you can prove that yes, you can actually solve it faster than what it takes to verify it. So that the reason this is a huge thing is mainly about like ciphers, for example, in like cryptography or hashing, anything like that, any type of secret generation, token generation. If it's complex math that's being done and yet we can verify them quickly, does that mean we can solve them faster as well?
I don't know what to think about all this, but I think it kind of makes sense. But I just don't know how you would quantify that into an algorithm.
That's why it's one of the Millennium Prizes. It's just
that's crazy.
Because an algorithm can solve the problem or not solve the problem.
So the theory is
algorithm
basically though that there could be a set of quantifiable things that you could plug in that would figure that out. I feel like you could do that.
Can an algorithm solve the problem just as fast as it can verify it?
Yikes.
That's the big thing.
We should try for it. We should just take a stab at it.
Oh, dude, I have had so many attempts at like.
What do you need to figure that out? I watch those movies. You need like a whiteboard. That's the first step. I got one of those.
Yeah.
So we got the whiteboard. Yeah, chalkboard.
You need math.
Math is involved.
We got math.
I know basic math. I know how to animate things in CSS.
If you know the Greek alphabet, you'll probably got a head in the math.
I'm aware that there is a Greek alphabet. Jeez. Hey, what's up, Asbo? But there's $1 million on the line. What are we doing making software here?
Oh, dude, it's crazy. People have spent so much time on this.
Yeah, that's like a crazy person's kind of thing, right?
Yeah, that's like no joke. Like life work, people work towards these, and there's 7 of these prizes.
Whoa.
That's just one of them.
Hold on. There's easier ones out there?
Oh, no, none of them are easy.
Is that the easiest?
That, I would say, is probably the hardest.
What's the easiest one?
Let me see if I can find
I had read some story that one of these got solved by like a super genius, right?
Yeah.
But
Raymond's hypothesis.
they had solved it, like they had gone into a math class and the professor had like stuck it up on the board and the person was like not paying attention in class and they thought it was homework. And they went home and they solved the dang thing over a weekend. And the professor's like, "You did what now?" Like that was just this thing.
Oh yeah, the point. Yeah, so the one that was solved was the Poincare conjecture.
And
so that's the one.
I think we're the type of people that can solve this thing, Noah, because I don't know anything about math. I think that's who solves this stuff. They get solved by people who are like, I don't know how this works.
Yeah, they come about it disregarding the laws that they know.
Yeah, we'll solve it.
Solution.
But like, how do they solve it with JavaScript?
Yeah, I mean you could
jQuery.
Technically, no.
They use
it would be a lot of it would probably end up being by hand because a lot of the programming stuff uses those same laws.
We could just rudimentarily solve it with a CSS animation.
Dude,
it'd be some sort of visualization on the screen to prove it. And we're like, well, that's all we're trying to do. Just make it look pretty.
That stuff is so crazy though. That's just so
then you end up in one of those Russell Crowe situations where you're like a beautiful mind.
Oh, so true.
Working for the government. That's crazy. That's a real story. Yeah, that's not the.
But fixing those though, so supposedly each one of those Millennium problems is, if it's solved, provides a massive leap in computational power.
So, like, what do they expect to get out of it? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are they?
Well, because it's the think of it like this: if it's hard for a computer to solve, right? That's like the big limiting factor. It means we can't really take that technology any further until we can actually solve that problem. So for the Poincare conjecture, for example, which is the one that was solved, it's about 3D spheres, which is huge in anything that we basically use day to day on the internet.
But only spheres?
No, it's not just spheres. It's about 3D geometry.
It's only about a golf ball size sphere.
Yeah, but think about it like this though. That sphere is made up of polygons, and so
Okay.
if you figure out this algorithm, then you can start optimizing polygons in general, and then you get ridiculous jumps and stuff.
Freaking sweet graphics.
Exactly.
The next
right.
Tomb
so
Raider
that
looks
also
amazing.
solves like computational stuff, which is cool.
All right. What's the easiest problem on there?
I don't think there actually is an easiest one, man.
You sure?
Probably the one that was solved already was the easiest.
Dang it.
I mean, if you want, you can just try to prove how magnets work, and that'll probably win you something.
I'm 100% in on this because I think magnets are fascinating. In fact, I
magnets
think
are
they're
cool.
so fast. I'm not wearing my magnet shirt today. I have like a series of magnet shirts.
Nice.
I genuinely think like that we have not gotten to the bottom of those things yet, and we're like nowhere even close because I have I just have this like I don't know in my head I just think like well why can't you? I'm being so naive and stupid right now, but like why couldn't you have like a ring of magnets, right? And then have an object that's ferroactive magnetic inside of that and have essentially that thing being perpetually pushed through the ring. You know what I mean? Like it's just going to continually move and it could have a freaking axis, connect to a what are they called? A generator and just keep moving. And I know people will say, well, that's not perpetual motion because the magnets are going to run out eventually. It's going to, yeah, eventually. Right. But can't they move a thing? Can't they produce work? Don't they just passively produce work? We can't figure out like the precise angle at which to, move these things in. And I also like I've seen ultra powerful magnets. I've dealt with ultra powerful magnets, not like a lot, but I've seen them in like a scientific setting. They are way different than regular magnets. They have way different properties. So once you get enough magnetism, they're talking like $1,000 magnet, right? Those things are crazy powerful, and to call them anything less than crazy powerful is stupid. Like they can do things to metal that you just wouldn't imagine. Like you put a light bulb near it and it just freaking breaks, right? And you're like, whoa, holy crap. Like that's serious, You have to like, if something connects to the magnet, you have to slide it off because there's like no amount of force that you could generate to pry it. Yeah. Absolutely nuts. And when you look
if you go baller and buy 2 of them and just let them smack into each other and see what happens.
The world will end.
I know, right?
Yeah. No, but there's what is it, the vortexes, the toroidal vortex that a magnet creates at some point becomes so dense. That's how you get superconductors.
Yeah, there was a theory, not a theory. I think it might have been a theory. I think there might have been like a software experiment to try to use a very strong magnet to help simulate like what a black hole does.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the idea.
You can visualize magnets really easily. It's not like the force is unknown. I just think, I don't know. I just have never figured out why you can't do that. I was on my little sabbatical a couple of weeks ago before I started on this. I'm telling my wife, I'm like, if I spend like $800 on magnets, are you gonna be pissed? Because I'm thinking to myself, I'm just gonna try it. Like, there's probably other people who've tried it. Why not just see if I can make a thing move around forever? I didn't do it.
Most of the time, in a vacuum, you can get significantly longer movement. The downside is the amount of energy it takes to start the motion is normally more than the amount of energy you actually get out of it.
So you can't get it to move in perpetuity?
Right. The idea, there's never a clean handoff of 100% energy in equals 100% energy out. That's the issue.
That's the problem.
So let's say you do want to use an axle.
Because they use magnets in generators just to kind of keep it moving.
Yeah, they absolutely
right?
do.
They use it to keep stuff moving in the right direction. And they create
there's a net
that
energy
flux.
loss in that whole thing.
So you get the flux, and that's how you generate the electricity, right? So you have that difference between whatever you're kind of capturing.
Especially in electricity, you'll never do a positive energy gain off of something like that, strictly because energy itself will change forms before it can get put back into the system. So in electricity, let's say it's powering a light bulb.
Really?
Well, if I power a light bulb, why don't I put a solar panel on the magnet track, right, to like absorb the light? But the problem there then is heat. So because there's also heat being lost from the light bulb, which is part of that energy in that whole system. So then you think, oh, well, if I have heat, why don't I put some liquid sink around the light bulb to absorb the heat, to boil some water or something to add energy back into the system? and then you start running into there. Well, now you're on gases, so it keeps changing forms, and we don't really have a perfect way of capturing all of the energy out of the system yet to really pull it through.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would just buy magnets anyway, just to mess with magnets.
I think you could kill yourself. There was a guy.
Absolutely,
Like,
you get a big one for
this
sure.
is no joke. There was a guy near where I grew up. He lived a city over, and he killed himself working on magnets. And I don't know how he did it. He had massive soft cell cancer, very aggressive, killed him in 3 months. He was working on something called a flux drive, and a flux drive is like the theory is that I can like. Why am I drawing this? Why are we doing this on stream? This is just a fun conversation, boys. It's happening. You're learning stuff. So flux drive would be if you had plates, copper plates like this, and then you have a little bit of insulating material in between them. The copper plates each generate a different magnetic field. So you have positive, negative, just running like this. That magnetic field wants to separate the two magnets and join them at the same time, because you're going to have magnetic fields are going to be huge. They're going to be like this big. And so you get this flux that occurs when you tile things like this and you like layer it. And nobody's ever been able to capture this. It's a theory. Nobody's ever been able to build a functional device that does this, but apparently he had thought that he was like creating anti-gravity. This is a real guy. I gotta look him up. It's a Star Drive. What's his stuff? Patent. I don't know. Star Drive propulsion system right there. A device that produces linear motion by sequentially in a continuous. I don't know what this says. Maybe it's not Star Drive. I don't know. But this guy died working on it. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. This might be it. No, this is some mechanical thing.
Wasn't there another one, like the gravity engine that NASA built and tested, saying it was not going to work, but then it ended up freaking working?
That's the EM drive.
Yeah, the EM drive.
Not much thrust. Yeah, this is the guy Mark.
No, doesn't matter. There's thrust.
Oh no, in space it's going to be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this guy Mark Tomian, I don't know if he's got like a Wikipedia or something. But yeah, he died. Crazy. And he's got like, there's pictures of this is what he was building. Look at this thing. And he based this off of who knows what. Like, who knows what he thought, how he figured this out. Yeah, there's like I think those are the big things, like this idea of generating.
That looks a lot like superconducting magnet rings.
So that's the thing. Like, there are actual patents out there that show this stuff. And the idea is, like, it just sort of, you do this, it creates it's called field propulsion. It creates a field around the craft. This is like a UFO, right? But like, it's like, this is it. You create this field around it. The field nullifies gravity because I don't know the exact thing of it. My stupid way of understanding it was like, it's so dense that nothing can pass through it, including whatever gravity is. So it just sort of separates from the field. It just sort of comes up off the ground because
it's like that donut. It's like the donut gravity engine thing where it's like obscured in shape and you tilt it to essentially push through gravity. Yeah.
And there's something funny about this because, like, he killed himself with 2 bullets to the back of his head, or the NSA killed him. No, I don't know. I mean, I think you work on stuff like that. It's high frequency electricity. You could very well kill yourself with that because, like, the effect that has on the body, who knows? It's not like I think there's stuff we haven't really figured out there. And I know, like, enough Teslas will kill you, right? Like enough magnets will kill you. He may have been venturing into those ranges without realizing it, because he was creating these ultra dense magnetic fields to try to see if he could get this thing to hover off the table. And he may have just been sitting there like eradicating his DNA in the process, because magnetic fields are what, one-dimensional? Are they 1 to 2-dimensional? They don't have a mass. So
magnetic fields are technically considered 3.
They're 3.
Yeah, because when you do the like the iron shards on like a piece of paper, you're seeing a cross section of that. But as you lift and tilt the paper, you'll see that actually changes shape at that point. So it's more like a donut around the magnet.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those, right? So it has, yeah. But couldn't that just be 2 dimensions?
Well, everything can be considered 2 dimensions when you like do a cross section look at it. So when you
Okay.
want to like calculate it, it's the same.
So it'd be 3, but lacking mass. Anyways, I think the idea that I was trying to get at that it could slice DNA. It's tiny enough to just like if it hit the DNA, was powerful enough, it could slice it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like photons can and all these other things. What's really weird is like if you look at this patent here, and the reason I talk about this like openly is because I think it's a real thing, and one of the reasons I think it's a real thing is because of this. This is a current assignee, U.S. Secretary of the Navy, inventor Salvatore Cesar Pais, and this is a craft using an inertial mass reduction device. That's like fancy way to say anti-gravity. If you can reduce the mass of something, you're removing gravity from it. Or you're adjusting gravity's response to it. Navy, U.S. Navy. This isn't like some crackpot that was near where I grew up. You know, this is the U.S. Navy, and they've included figures even to say how it works.
And this is only what they've like essentially declassified strictly because they filed a patent for it. I'm sure they have tech that they won't file patents for.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, this is
right.
We're not going to do that.
This is a tech transfer. That's what this is. This is stuff coming out of who knows who developed
like R&D type stuff. Yeah.
Yep. And it's all written up. It's all written up. It's got the how it works kind of things. Talk about gyro weight reduction. That's interesting. Because like there's people that have been chasing this forever. Like there's this weird thing you can do with a gyroscope. If you get a gyroscope spinning and put on a pole and like hold it up, it doesn't feel very heavy, and it almost feels like it's anti-gravity. And it's something to do with angular momentum. But this is different. This is microwave emitters that create high frequency electromagnetic waves throughout the resonant cavity, causing the resonant cavity to vibrate in accelerator mode and create a local polarized vacuum. This is like what? It's doing what? It's creating a vacuum outside the outer resonant cavity wall. That's insanity. So they're creating empty space with electromagnetism, which is exactly what this other guy was claiming was the way to do this, right? He said that's how you do it. You create like this. You create this thing that's so dense that it just the universe has no option but to give it space, to give it,
Yeah. And so the crazy thing about this though, if we figure out or if we have this tech,
we have it.
That you essentially literally can now move any object, which also means you can now basically drive the planet.
We have it. I mean, there's footage of it.
Yeah.
There's no joke. There's footage.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
This is the Nellis.
Like that same tech at small scale.
Think about
this cool stuff.
Think about this stuff that we've been talking about, right? It's a field propulsion, so it would put a bubble around a craft. This was filmed in 1995. I'm sorry about that. It's a little loud. So this is the craft they were filming. This is so old. There we go. You'll see like a bubble on it. It's got a bubble around it. It moves towards the bubble. It's very weird. It's very weird. I mean, this is old footage, right? But you see it's like it's jumping a little. Oh, who knows what else. There's raw footage you can find of this on YouTube. But they filmed that at Nellis. They filmed that whole UFO disclosure crap where they were dumping files out. I think we've even seen that on stream before. I've shown that. So let's see. Don't want to get copyright strike here. Just to put a marker so I can pull this out. But I mean, like, this is, you see like this bubble around it. These little bubbles of where the field is. That's crazy. Like, you can see it. It's like a sphere coming off the craft. And you might be actually seeing like moisture or something that's being repelled back, like a mini cloud around it. But the idea for the propulsion is like you'd create these vacuums and then you would reduce one of the fields and you would fall towards it. So you essentially like move towards emptiness. And if you think about like moving towards emptiness, if you're moving towards emptiness, you might not have the same rules of inertia. And I think that's what the patent is showing. That by moving towards emptiness, inertia gets dampened. And if inertia gets dampened, that means you can do some wacky stuff. That means you can do like bounce around movements. That means you can do like just like you could stop on a dime. You could go 10,000 miles an hour and stop on a dime, which is the exact stuff that those pilots on the Nimitz reported. They reported seeing these things in like pretty big quantities of them. Like, I think that the one pilot that came out and talked, I forget the name. He's a commander. He was the commander of the fighter group. This is not like a guy that lies a lot, if at all. And he says like, yeah, we saw so many of these things on radar. Like they were seeing on the AWAC, or not AWACS, the Aegis system, like hundreds of them in formation. They went out and chased one down. They got some footage of it, which you guys can go find. And they, this guy, his response was, I saw it. I wish I could fly it. I have no idea what it was. I wish I could fly it. They said it was like the shape of a Tic Tac, about 40 feet long, moving from 80,000 feet up to ground level in 2 seconds. That'd kill you. That would destroy the metal. Forget about kill you. That would destroy the metal. If it went from 80,000 feet to 100 in a full stop, the molecules would rip apart. So it's definitely indicating there's something there. And I think what you're seeing in the Nellis thing, and I think what you're seeing in those the UFO videos that are on the New York Times that got released by the Pentagon, not by some crack jobs, by the Pentagon, you're seeing probably some idiots testing the tech out. Probably just seeing capabilities. Probably somebody at like Lockheed or EG&G or Boeing out there showing it off, just to see how it gets handled. We were doing interface design, I think. Ish. Okay. Always a good chat. I will never not be completely enthralled by that. And I almost want it to be a mystery forever. I almost don't want somebody to come out and say this is what it is. Just let it be a mystery, dude. It's funner that way. Well, call me crazy, but I think we got this screen figured out.
I think you are actually 100% correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to put some notes we're not done with design. Not yet. So but will be stuff to work on next week. I don't feel good about taking that time off. I feel like we're in a groove. We found the design groove.
I would agree. I think we did find the groove.
I might have to work on it tomorrow. Why did we... Oh, that's so tall. Tall boy. Don't be so tall. Just be that tall. Okay. So we'll make I'm not going to make the artboards yet, I don't think. We'll make... What do we need to figure out here? So this is like the big, scary piece.
Hold on for 1 second. You when you grab that stuff, the blue bar, you broke it in half.
Would I break in half?
So look at the bottom section of the page. Notice how the labeling is now gone on the top where initial design with the gray line graphs and the blue highlights. When you drag the whiteboard clippy stuff up to the top right of the artboard, you took part of that design with you.
Where did it go?
It's up to the top right with the scribble drawings.
Why did it go up there?
Because when you selected and grabbed that, you also grabbed that.
Oh, I see. Well, these don't need to be that big. We'll just, I guess. Why do we even have this one? This doesn't make sense. Go away. This is the one. This is my masterful sketch right here, not this stuff.
Right.
I can't even select it. Okay. I'll just move this up. Or move this down. Okay. Good catch. Things just go missing in my designs. I don't know why.
I'm starting to understand.
Like an old man with Alzheimer's. Like, where did I put my keys? Oh, they're in the toilet. Okay, so let me just we'll put titles up. But I think we're gonna need, if I had to just say at least one thing I know we need the deployment screen. We need like the scale thing. Because that's gonna be like, I don't want to figure that out without a design.
Yeah, I would agree.
Some of you guys watching, you might say like, well, why do we design some things and not design others? Because if I were handing this off, which I'm not, I'm handing it off to myself, I would design everything. Everything would have everything. It would have multiple states and views and the whole deal. But because I'm giving it to myself, what I need to do is I need to basically figure out things that are so unique that if I'm developing, I don't need to come back and design them in the middle of developing, because if I do that, every time I've ever done that, it comes out really bad. There's a big difference between developing and designing, right? And switching between those two things is horrifying. So what would happen is I would go to do this screen that's supposed to look like this off of this sketch, and I would phone it in. It would just look exactly like this, but done the worst way possible, you know. That level of drawing will be key to solving the millennial problems, this level. Okay, so we need a thing for scaling for sure, because that's a complicated piece. That might be it. Do we need, so we have updates available. We can figure that out. It's a freaking table, right? DNS, we can figure that out. It's a couple form entries. SSL, TLS, we can figure that out. That's like a drop down thingy. Logs, not a big deal. We'll figure that out too. Like that's probably the easiest one here, because it's just a console that's going to stream the logs out or parse them or something. Deploy history, that's just a table with buttons. Scaling is a big weird thing. Stats, we also need stats. So we'll do stats first. This will be the broken out one. I don't know how much we can really work out for deployment stats, but probably most, if not all of it, in one stream. Scaling, yeah, stats is where we're at though. We're figuring that boy out. I think most of it's done. Like, I think it's just taking this style and running it into a little panel.
Yeah,
but it will take some. It'll take some thoughts, right?
Yeah.
I would think like maybe we could. If I think who has some great looking stats like Heroku does. I don't think Nanobox team did a great job on stats, but they did show the data that they have access to. Let's just take a quick look. We're just trying to get an estimate in my head for how long it'll take. So we know we have time-based. We know we can blow the designs up. And I think they even have, they have a resource usage thing. So I need to find a server that's running. And that'll be the other piece. Is that, so we have, not only do we have the time-based things that are sort of shown to them already, the min-maxes, that kind of stuff. We can go into higher fidelity, and we can give them an idea of what's using what, because that's easy peasy. There we go. Perfect. So we'll probably just take this. Know that that's there. Sort of like that one really cool thing that can monitor your stats. Net something. Net some. I don't know.
Oh, NetStat?
No, it's an expensive New Relic.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That expensive thing.
Paid tool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so expensive though. But New Relic, we're not going to be able to. Obviously, if they want New Relic, they can stick New Relic in. But at least this gives you better. What I liked about I've only used that on like 2 or 3 projects that had the budget for it. But I like it because it like really breaks these things down. It would even tell you like, oh, your web main is using, this much of your CPU, and we'll tell you the exact processes that the web main is running that's doing that. It's crazy. It'll be like, oh, it's that one function you wrote. That's the one that's taking up the CPU. You can do all these tight optimizations with the RAM or whatever. So we'll have this.
I saw a monitoring tool that does a stack trace on something for you when you spike over a certain percentage, and it'll log that for you, so you can say, "Hey, yo."
New Relic could do the same thing. It's cool.
That's so crazy.
It's also like $1,000.
Oh, it's
a month.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had a free tier. I don't know if they still do, but they used to have a great free tier. Probably don't. But why would they? It's such a good tool. And it's one of those things you only need it when you're trying to save a lot of money. But okay, so we'll have a breakdown of the resources, plus we'll have the history, a better version of the history. This thing right here, this is crazy. This is like, it's experimental. I don't think it works at all. I think it's horrible. But I think this is so crazy how they did this. Like where they ran a clock.
Yeah.
And then they drew the graph into the clock.
That's so crazy.
It's super crazy, right?
I like the idea,
It's
but
brilliant.
I don't think that helps though.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
It's just so irrelevant. It's like, it's yeah. Core Bob, what's up, man? It's just crazy. Okay, so definitely want to do our own stats page because I don't want to do this inline. I'll phone it in, and then scaling. So for scaling, just take a quick look. It's just we're doing a better version of this because I think that they somehow omitted boxes from this because there's more than 2 GPU optimized boxes on AWS. I don't know what they must have like manually done this. They must have been like, okay, pull the catalog, and all that we're gonna do is just like hand pick stuff out of the catalog. But this has the same problem. It's sort of like it's too much information. It's too you're here because you want to make comparisons and select a thing. So if I needed to select a box that had 8 gigabytes of RAM, I just happened to land right on it. That disproved it. But if I wanted to see all the boxes that had 8 gigabytes, what does 7.5 gigabytes of RAM do for you? If they, like it's just hard. So we're gonna make a way better version of this. These boxes, they seem too expensive. 8 gigs, half core for $80 a month. This is on a This is on a $40 a month box. I didn't realize that. And look at it, it's still up there on RAM. Look at that puppy. Whew. That's impressive. With the CPU usage, that's optimized.
Hey, if you let me put in a $sign and then you tell me what box I can get for great.
Yeah, I think we could do that. I think when we look at that, you just say we'll have like what's important to you, and that can list these different factors. And if it's money, sure, why not? What's the best box I can get for $40? There's also this, there's this thing that I've been thinking about, like when you sign up for, or when you attach your hosting, like there might be an opportunity there that we need to think about eventually to say like, what are you doing? Ask that question to the person that's deploying and say, look, I'm not doing anything fancy. All right, DigitalOcean, right? Just give you a droplet. Like, I got my wife's blog. That's probably DigitalOcean too. And give people options based on what we think they should use. And I think we talked about this, but I think those suggestions are super important because for our 3 personas, we have the one very novice person. They need the guidance. They're going to see, even if they see this thing that's like a selection, an intelligence selection, they're going to freak out.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they're not going to know what to do. And I'm going to be getting an instant message from that persona saying, help me pick the one. I don't know which one to pick. What do I need?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think to try to figure out how, to tell somebody what they need is really hard. We would have to go through and we could probably map out all the frameworks, and the frameworks might be easy because you kind of know, well, Rails needs about 1 gig of RAM.
Right. Yeah. You can do it from the bare minimum level based on the.
Maybe based on the engine. Maybe. Because Ruby on its own.
Yeah, based on the.
Freaking can run on a
freaking
freaking Raspberry Pi,
Yeah.
Ruby doesn't need that much, but Rails does. Rails loads a lot of stuff into memory. That might be a way to hack through that and actually get that in. And if there's any of you guys that want to volunteer, that would be a great thing to help out with. If we could map the resource requirements, when you buy a game, it says here's the recommended system and here's the base requirements. So if we could get a list of the base requirements for a bunch of popular frameworks that we can build images for, so we can supply the image to them, we know it's going to be on it. Then we can say, okay, that's going to need at least this. Right. Then that's going to take care of that Alice person. So if, in the middle we had Pete, and Pete was sort of like our young computer hacker. I think Pete would figure this out. I think Pete would do the research and figure it out. So I don't think it's a big deal for them to be presented with sort of all the options. I think that they enjoy, the Pete persona kind of enjoys doing that. They enjoy saying, jumping into a Discord and saying, hey, I'm standing up this thing. Can you guys give me advice for it? They're not afraid of that. And me, Breg, the Breg persona, I kind of have it in my head what things need already, right? From years of horribly deploying things.
So true.
And I'm not really afraid either. Like I would just boot up the cheapest thing I could and then say, oh, it's not working. Just reboot it, you know? I think that Alice is afraid to experiment with that stuff. And I bet Pete and Bregg aren't at all afraid to experiment and just say, well, whatever. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? But Alice is going to be like, well, if I do it wrong, it's going to break, you know? Okay. Well, do you have anything you want to check out? Should I move that guy into Discord?
Yeah, I think we're good. I definitely say let's grab a print of that, toss that in there.
Yeah.
But I think it turned out really, really well.
All right, I'm gonna throw this into the MAGA product designs thing in our Discord. You can check it out. If you guys have any feedback, like just throw it in somewhere. Throw it in the designs channel if you want. Actually, probably maybe throw it in the dev channel, the product dev channel. Hey man, Noah, I really appreciate your help, man. I hope we could do this more often because I felt like
I'd love to.
Yeah, I felt like this was a fun stream. I feel like having you to pair with on this made it so we could move through this stuff like pretty confidently. And you had some great ideas to add to it. I think we had good chemistry there. Thank Jesus we're through it. Guys, we're through it.
Yeah, we are.
That was the design funk. It's over now. No more. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow. I don't know. I kind of feel like riding this one more day. It's going to affect the YouTube uploads, but that's okay. Anyways, you guys, so I'm going to make a call if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. But it was great having you guys around. Hit that follow button, join our Discord. See you around. Have a good night, guys.